and taking any and all actions related to the redistricting of the City of Miami Commission districts, including but not limited to the drafting of any related maps and boundaries. The members of this commission appearing for this special meeting are Vice Chair Joe Carollo, Commissioner Alex Diaz de la Portilla, Commissioner Ken Russell, Commissioner Manolo Reyes, and myself, Christine King, Chair. Also appearing today are the City Manager, Art Noriega, City Attorney, who's with us today?
George Weissman.
George Weissman, and City Clerk Todd Hannon. The special meeting will be opened with a prayer by Commissioner Manolo Reyes.
First of all, I want to thank the Lord for giving us this opportunity, especially me, that I was a victim of COVID and a cold, and I had to be absent for one of the meetings. Personally, I thank the Lord for giving me this opportunity to serve this beautiful city and wonderful residents with a great company, which is this commission. And let's pray that our Lord guide us so we make the right decision that is just and fair, and we keep representation in the city of Miami for all different groups. That's the most important thing. Lord, please guide us so every single resident of the city of Miami, when we end our decision, feels that is represented and feels that the government, it is representing them and is working for them. I also want to mention that don't forget to keep in our prayers Officer Baez, who had an accident, and let's pray that he will be working real fast and be with us in good health pretty soon. I ask the Lord, in the name of the Father, the Holy Spirit, and the Son. Amen.
Amen. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led today by Commissioner Russell. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The order of the day will be, we will first have the presentation by Attorney Madero DeGrande, and then following his presentation, we will take public comments. Thank you. Oh, wait a minute, sorry. City Attorney, please.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. Any person who is a lobbyist pursuant to Chapter 2, Article 6 of the City Code must register with the City Clerk and comply with related city requirements for lobbyists before appearing before the City Commission. A person may not lobby a city official, board member, or staff member until registering. A copy of the code section about lobbyists is available in the City Clerk's office or online at www.municode.com. Any person making a presentation, formal request, or petition to the City Commission concerning real property must make the disclosures required by the City Code in writing. A copy of this City Code section is available at the office of the City Clerk or online at www.municode.com. The City of Miami requires that anyone requesting action by the City Commission must disclose before the hearing any consideration provided or committed to anyone for agreement to support or withhold objection to the requested action pursuant to City Code Section 2-8. Any documents offered to the City Commissioners that have not been provided 7 days before the meeting as part of the agenda materials will be entered into the record at the City Commission's discretion. In accordance with Section 2-33F and G of the City Code, the agenda and the material for each item on the agenda is available during business hours at the City Clerk's office and online 24 hours a day at www.miamigov.com. Any person may be heard by the City Commission through the chair for not more than 2 minutes on any proposition before the City Commission unless modified by the chair. Public comment will begin and remain open until public comment is closed by the chairperson. Members of the public wishing to address the body may do so by submitting written comments via the online comment form. Please visit www.miamigov.com/meeting instructions for detailed instructions on how to provide public comments using the online public comment form. The comments submitted through the comment form have been and will be distributed to the elected officials and city administration throughout the day so that the elected officials can consider the comments prior to taking any action. Additionally, the online comment form will remain open during the meeting to accept comments and distribute to the elected officials up until the chairperson closes public comment. Public comment may also be provided live at City Hall, located here, 3500 Pan American Drive, Miami, Florida, subject to any and all city rules as they may be amended. Speakers and attendees who appear in person will be subject to screening for symptoms of COVID-19. Any person exhibiting any symptoms will not be permitted to enter City Hall. Members of the public shall observe social distancing requirements to the extent possible. To ensure social distancing during this meeting, there will be a limited seating inside the commission chambers and reduced occupancy limit. In addition, members of the public are reminded to stay at least 6 feet away from individuals who do not live in the same household. The city has set up facilities for those who are unable to enter City Hall once the reduced occupancy limits have been reached to be able to attend the meeting and provide public comment. If the proposition is being continued or rescheduled, the opportunity to be heard may be at such a later date before the City Commission takes action on such proposition. When addressing the City Commission, the member of the public must first state his or her name, his or her address, and what item will be spoken about. Any person with a disability requiring assistance, auxiliary aids, and services for this meeting may notify the city clerk. The city has provided different public comment methods to indicate, among other things, the public's support, opposition, or neutrality on the items and topics to be discussed at this City Commission meeting in compliance with Section 286.0114, parentheses 4, parentheses C, Florida statutes. The public has been given the opportunity to provide public comment during the meeting within reasonable proximity and time before the meeting. Please note, commissioners have generally been briefed by staff and city attorney on items on this agenda today. Anyone wishing to appeal any decision made by the City Commission for any matter considered at this meeting may need a verbatim record of the item. A video of this meeting may be requested at the Office of Communications or viewed online at www.miamigov.com. This meeting can be viewed live on Miami TV, miamigov.com/TV, the city's Facebook page, the city's Twitter page, the city's YouTube channel, and Comcast Channel 77. The broadcast will have also closed captioning. Thank you.
That was certainly a mouthful. Mr. Grandy, are you ready to present?
Yes, ma'am.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. The purpose of today's meeting is to present a preliminary plan, and I emphasize preliminary, for your consideration. Mr. Cody and I will be making a brief, approximately 15-minute PowerPoint presentation to present the preliminary plan and the rationale behind the movements we made. During the presentation, we will display both data and maps on screen. Now, it may move a little fast, but after we conclude, we can take as much time as you like to go back to the different slides. Now, certainly, this is your commission. You can proceed as you see fit, but I would respectfully suggest that you allow me to go through the entire presentation first in order to provide an overall explanation of the plan. And after my presentation, we could take as much time as you want for questions or to review slides. Now, ultimately, this commission will discuss the plan and provide us with additional direction as to what additional changes, if any, you would like to see, and that will be brought to the commission at a subsequent date as a final plan. Now, as I said in our previous discussions, there are literally thousands of ways to craft a constitutionally compliant plan, and that's why we asked for your guidance as to the traditional redistricting principles you wanted us to utilize and their order of importance so that this commission's directives could guide how we approach the project. So let's go over those traditional redistricting principles again. Next slide. The prime directive will always be compliance with the Constitution and the Voting Rights Act. But additionally, this commission, by consensus, directed that the following principles be employed in the following order of importance. First, maintain the core of existing districts to avoid voter confusion. Second, factor in voter cohesion. Next, achieve substantial equality of population as opposed to mathematical equality. And finally, maintain traditional neighborhoods and communities of interest when feasible. So let's talk first about population numbers and compliance with legal principles. Your current plan has an over 42% overall deviation, which means that it is malapportioned and could not be used in future elections. The preliminary plan we will present today has an overall deviation of 3.8 and meets all constitutional and Voting Rights Act parameters. As we discussed previously, the courts do allow for up to a 10% overall deviation, but the case law informs that such deviations must have a rational basis. Now, the deviations we did can easily be explained from a legal perspective, but there are also political and other considerations that could provide a rational basis for larger deviations. And those decisions are the province of you as elected officials to make. So one of the reasons our preliminary plan has a small deviation is to provide sufficient latitude for you as the city's elected officials to make any additional changes based on the knowledge that you have as a result of the communities you represent. My role in that regard will be to let you know whether any additional changes you want to make comply with the law. So now let's look at some numbers so I could better explain how we arrived at our deviations, and then we could look at the plans. District 1 is at a 0.35% deviation, which is 311 residents above the ideal. It has an 87.38% Hispanic population with 88.7% Hispanic voting age population. It clearly complies with the Voting Rights Act. District 2 has a negative 0.02 deviation, which is just 21 people short of the ideal population. As you know, we had to remove roughly 28,000 people from the district to comply with legal and constitutional requirements. District 2 remains a swing district with 37.2% white non-Hispanic population, 8% Black population, and roughly 48% Hispanic population. The voting age percentages are almost the same as the total population percentages.
Madam Chairman,
Now,
I have a question. I'm just unclear. Is this the draft or is this the current?
this is the draft plan.
Okay, so we're not going through what the current statistics are. This is what you're presenting as the draft. Thank you.
Right.
I just wanted clarification.
Yes, and if we could hold all of our questions until after his presentation, just jot them down so he can finish the presentation and then we'll get through with our questions. I'm going to allow the public to speak after his presentation and then we'll be able to discuss.
Thank you, Chairwoman.
Okay.
So as I was saying, we purposely tried to get the population of D2 at near zero deviation because this is where much of the new development activity is occurring, and as in the last decade, it will probably grow faster than any other districts. District 3 is slightly underpopulated at 0.98%, or 864 people under the ideal population. District 3 has an 87.4% Hispanic population and 88.4% Hispanic voting age population. Consistent with the Voting Rights Act, the Hispanic community has an equal opportunity in this district also to elect a candidate of his choice. District 4 has the highest deviation at 2.23%, or 1,973 residents above the ideal. 86.7% of the population is Hispanic, with 88% Hispanic voting age population. This district also clearly complies with the requirements of the Voting Rights Act. Now, finally, we underpopulated District 5 by roughly 1.6% under the ideal, basically because bringing in additional population from most any side of the district might reduce the African American population percentage. Additionally, we also felt it was appropriate to underpopulate the district because it may experience significant development activity and growth in the next decade. The proposed D5 is 51.7% African American with 49.8% Black voting age population. Our analysis of voting patterns indicates the African American community does have an equal opportunity to elect a candidate of its choice. So now let me show you the maps to further illustrate what we discussed. The first slide shows the entire configuration of proposed District 1. As you can see, it maintains the vast majority of the core of the existing district. The next slide shows the area we moved from D1 to D3. With this change, we moved the area west of Northwest 22nd Avenue and north of Northwest 7th Street. We felt this was a logical move where we could utilize major man-made boundaries, such as the Dolphin Expressway to the north and 27th Avenue to the west, in order to bring up D3's population. The next slide shows the area we moved from D4 into D1, and it spans from 27th to 37th Avenue and south from Northwest 7th Street to Northwest 4th Street. And we did this again to now rebalance the population of D1. Finally, the last slide shows the area we moved from D5 into D1. And the next slide, which is a little bigger, shows the entire area and a better view of that change. We felt that this movement was needed because this area has a high percentage of Hispanics and greater voter cohesion with D1 residents. Also important is the fact that existing D1 already has the most area of the Miami River abutting or within it than any other district, and thus it was logical to extend D1 further down the river, as many business constituents in this area are a community of interest with like concerns and issues as other business upriver. The next slide shows the proposed District 2. As you can see, it remains a coastal district spanning almost the entire north-south corridor of the city along the bay. The next slide shows part of the area we moved from D2 to D5 at the northern end. We moved that boundary east from North Miami Avenue to Northeast 2nd Avenue and from the I-95 expressway down to 22nd Street. The next slide continues that eastward movement to Northeast 2nd Avenue and south from 22nd Street, ending at the 395 expressway. The next slide shows the movement from D2 to D5 at the southern end, moving slightly east to North Miami Avenue from the I-95 south to Southeast 2nd Street. And as we said before, we could not move further east without affecting the African American population's ability to elect the candidate of his choice in D5, so we had to look south to further depopulate D2. The next slide shows the movements from D2 to D3. This moved the boundary over from US 1 to South Miami Avenue and from Simpson Park on the north to 17th Avenue to the south. Finally, the next slide shows the movement from D2 to D4. It takes into D4 all the area from Southwest 25th Street on the north to Day Avenue on the south, spanning from 27th Avenue from the east to 37th Avenue and the city limits to the west. The next slide shows the proposed District 3. It also maintains the core of the existing district. The next slide shows the area we moved from D1 to D3, which we already discussed. And the next slide shows the area we moved from D4 to D3. It spans from 17th Avenue going west to 27th Avenue and from Southwest 9th to Southwest 12th Street. And again, this was done to rebalance population. In that regard, we tried to find adjacent areas with similar demographics in order to maintain voter cohesion while rebalancing population. Now, finally, the next slide shows us a closer look at the area we brought into D3 from D2, which is south of US 1. And again, it goes from 17th Avenue north to the end of Simpson Park, moving the boundary down slightly from US 1 to South Miami Avenue. And again, we needed to balance population. Now, we knew we had to take population from D2 to equalize it, but we took as little as was needed on the other side of US 1 to reach a low deviation. Now, certainly, whether we cross US 1 into D2 and how much of the growth, if any, should go into other districts is a policy decision for you all to make. Nevertheless, D3 is still 1% underpopulated, so it can expand to gain more population. The next slide is of the proposed District 4. It remains a highly Hispanic area. The next slide, which we've already seen, shows what we added to the bottom end of the district. Now, we overpopulated this district at 2.23 over the ideal because it's likely to have the least growth over the next decade. In the event you want to decrease the deviation, you could choose to move some of the excess population into D3 or back into D2. The next slide shows the movement we previously discussed from D4 to D1, and the next slide shows the area we previously addressed from D4 to D3. Now finally, the next slide shows the proposed District 5. The proposed District 5 also maintains the vast majority of the core of the existing district, and it was the most challenging district to develop. Now, as you can see, there's no way to move north or to most of the northwest because the city boundaries end with D5. Our only options were move south and across the river into D3, west into D1, or east into D2. Now, because of the need to depopulate D2, the eastern movement was the most feasible option. In this slide, you get an overall picture of the slight shift to the east we take from D2, but the next slides, which we previously showed you in the context of D2, provide a more close-up look at the slight movements east that we were able to make. It shifts the boundary again east from North Miami Avenue to Northeast 2nd and from the I-95 to the 395 Expressway. The next slide shows the bottom part of that eastward movement I just explained, beginning on Northwest 22nd Street to the north and down to the 395 Expressway. And this slide shows the eastern movement south. This next slide shows the eastward movement south of the 395 Expressway, moving slightly east from Northwest 1st Avenue to North Miami Avenue and southeast to 2nd Street. Now, simply stated, we could not move further east without diminishing the African American community's opportunity to elect a candidate of its choice. So we could not take any more population of D2 into D5. And finally, the next slide shows the population we moved from D5 to D1 along the river. Now, that was essential because as you moved east into D2, there was less and less African American population. Likewise, in that area, which is existing D2, most of it, it was highly Hispanic, so it was more or less a trade-off. Also, moving this area into D1 was consistent with the Voting Rights Act in that it moved this Hispanic community into a district where they could also participate in electing a candidate of their choice. And finally, this last slide gives you an overview of the entire plan. And so, in summary, we're confident that our preliminary plan complies with constitutional and Voting Rights Act criteria. We were also cognizant of the additional directives you gave us. As you've seen, every district maintains its core configuration and the vast majority of its existing population. We tried as much as possible to move areas into districts with similar voting patterns and voter cohesion. We presented a preliminary plan with a low overall deviation in order to give you, as policymakers, the flexibility to make additional changes. And we tried wherever possible to maintain communities of interest and traditional neighborhoods, although quite frankly, that was not completely possible due to the overriding need of balancing population. It is, however, a work in progress that provides flexibility to make additional changes, so long as those changes have a rational basis and comply with the law. And with that, Madam Chair, I'm happy to address any questions you may have, either before or after public comment.
I'd like to take public comments now, if there are any. Is anyone
ma'am.
here that would like to make a public comment? Please line up at the podiums. Go right ahead, sir.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Chuck Walter. I live at 1901 Brickell Avenue. I think we're at a historic time for Miami. We've seen unprecedented economic development, and thanks to the great leadership of Miami and the ability to promote Miami as a world-class city. So thank you to you all. I live in an area in District 2, and this notion of a coastal district seems very strange to me. The idea that people from down south as Coconut Grove to my area in Brickell, going up to Midtown and beyond, does not feel like a community. and my girls go to public school at Coral Way Elementary, I would love to see an opportunity where other districts are able to take on some of that economic opportunity that we're seeing to the east, and look at an opportunity to create a district map that prepares us for the future, where more of our districts have that inclusion of economic opportunity. So I think that, you know, as the other districts continue to encroach on District 2, we are seeing a way of destroying community, in a sense. And maybe this is an opportunity to actually take a look at it from fresh eyes and potentially consider a district with Coconut Grove to the north, a district that has downtown and Brickell and areas surrounding, and an area from Wynwood to the north. So I just think, you know, I understand a lot of the reasons why the map has been presented the way it has been, but maybe there's a chance for fresh eyes.
Thank you. Sir.
Good morning. My name is Tony Scornavaca. Commissioner Reyes, Commissioner Carollo, Commissioner King, Commissioner De La Portilla, and Commissioner Russell. I am opposed to this redistricting plan. It breaks up Coconut Grove. There's a lot of folks here from Coconut Grove and from all the other districts, but Coconut Grove is one community right now. It has been for...
Please hold your comments. Thank you. Please hold your comments.
Coconut Grove has been this way for probably older than any other neighborhood in the city of Miami. We love it the way it is, and I noticed this redistricting map would have a person, for instance, who lives on Day Avenue, which is a quiet residential street. Their neighbor across the street would be in a different district, which to me makes no sense, and I think to anybody it makes no sense. And another part of this plan, which I think is improper, especially in today's climate, it removes a portion of our black community, which appears, and I'm not saying that this is, and I'm sure this is not the intent, to make Coconut Grove more white. We don't want that. We like Coconut Grove the way it is. We like all of our neighbors the way they are. And the redistricting, yes, I heard the part about every community needs the opportunity to elect the commissioner of their choice. And I don't see how changing the boundaries in this proposal would affect that result in Coconut Grove. In my opinion, and many of our neighbors' opinions, since we've had 5 commissioners here, since the city of Miami had probably 70,000 residents, we feel that it's time to have 7 commissioners with 7 districts. Thank you.
Please hold your applause. Please hold your applause. Sir.
Hi. Andres Altave, 1900 North Bay Shore. Commissioners, the redistricting is your decision, and it's going to be your decision, but it's going to be your decision for the next 10 years. And everybody I talked to, they think that they absolutely didn't have enough information. Well, definitely, we didn't have any information. We're totally confused, and I don't want to pass judgment on if this is good or bad, because we haven't had any time to analyze and even to discuss. The state did the same. 10 years ago, the redistricting committee traveled to different cities and receiving input from the communities. And even then, they couldn't avoid lawsuits. This time, the state is doing the same as the city commission. Kind of not receiving input from the communities that they are affecting. The input from the community means also that probably there are some good ideas out there, and they have to have the opportunity to express those ideas. I don't know if it is in the plans to have town halls or any form of allowing community input, but we believe that you should before you make your final decision. Thank you.
Thank you. And let me clear up for everyone that has his same impression. This is a draft that is being presented to the commission. And after we discuss and give Attorney DeGrande some more direction, we will all take this plan to our communities for input. Everyone will have an opportunity to have input on what is going on with the redistricting in the city of Miami. Right now, this is a preliminary plan that we wanted to include the community in, but by all means, all of us will be taking this plan to our districts so that we can have input from our communities. So rest assured that will happen. Sir?
Thank you very much. Albert Gomez, 3566 Vista Court, District 2. I'm a 20-year Grove resident. I think the Grove in its north, south, east, west difference makes it one. It unifies the Grove. We have a little bit of everything here. One thing I don't see is that, and I see it from the county, and before I say that, I would have to say that I would have to parrot our friend from Brickell's voice. Regardless of the future plans to make a plan to do outreach, you lead with that. You put your schedules in place. Everyone knows what's happening, that we're gonna have 7 town halls, that we're gonna have 1 in each district. All that comes out in a master plan of this redistricting, not necessarily on the fly or after the fact. And I would appreciate it if maybe we do that, we concoct and bake the full plan before we go ahead and start doing these carve-outs. More specifically, also when we use large thoroughfares as breaks, if that's gonna be the premise of breaking, then let's use that across the board. Let's not split communities in some areas and then use large highways in other areas. And then finally, the county itself is moving to more of a watershed governance model. They hired a One Water person. They're looking at federal, state, and regional and local money on how it's gonna go through the watershed. I don't see any of those threats and vulnerabilities addressed here. We're just trying to mix and match, whereas some people are gonna get strapped more than others based on the impending threats and vulnerabilities of hurricanes and floods and things that are coming. We should look at that as well, because we have general obligation bond money that it's gonna be put forth in a time frame where some of you might be actually be representing people that did not actually vote for you. So that is something that needs to be addressed, and I think that we don't want taxation without representation here.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Katrina Morris, 4130 Liebeyer Avenue. I do appreciate you letting us know that there will be public comment or public discourse would be really nice. You know, questions, answers, back and forth with the public who you guys represent. So I don't know where we're getting, you know, I hate to have to say, aren't we a government of the people, by the people, for the people? So it would be really nice if, I mean, I understand that this map was drawn up, that we had it, and it was a choice that this body made, or the attorney that this body hired to represent them, not to release it to the public before this meeting. And then to put up these maps in a 5-minute presentation and go, we're taking this from here and putting this from here, and then this over here, and then this over here, and this over here, with statistics and deviations, and I'm sorry, we are the public, we are not the experts, but we do know where our neighborhoods lie. And our neighborhoods in District 2, it looks huge because in the map, the peach part encompasses a whole bunch of water. So it's really just this little sliver, okay? But it is 3 distinct neighborhoods. There's Edgewater and Little River down to 395. Then there's 395 down to Rickenbacker. And then Rickenbacker South. Those are 3 distinct neighborhoods with cohesive concerns. And so if we can add 2 commissioners, if we want to break it up at all, I recognize it's a very large swath. If we're going to do that, let's break it up by neighborhood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Maria Freed, 3055 Washington Street. I just wanted the commissioners to know that I don't want Coconut Grove separated. And that includes Bay Heights, West Grove. We are one. We are one grove. We're very comfortable with whatever cultural or demographic differences we may have. So I urge you to please think of us as a whole. Traditionally, culturally, we belong together. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, I've asked you like 3 times not to clap. The next time someone claps, you're going to be removed from the commission chambers. Thank you. Ma'am?
Good afternoon. Pastor Willie Allen Fiella, rector of St. Stephen's Episcopal Church, 2750 McFarland Road. And I'm here to speak on behalf of, I'm also on the pastor's board of the Coconut Grove Ministerial Alliance, and I am here to speak against jettisoning the West Grove into what would be a predominantly Hispanic district. In your opening prayer, Commissioner Reyes, you prayed for God's guidance that equal representation rule your decision-making. Effectively jettisoning the West Grove, the historic Grove, the oldest part of Miami, into a predominantly Latin Hispanic neighborhood would disenfranchise the Bahamian American community that helped build Miami. The Grove is one, as you've been hearing from all of us, and I speak in favor of keeping the Coconut Grove area intact. The growth has taken place in other parts of District 2, not in Coconut Grove, and I suggest that when you sharpen your pencils, you take a look at moving where the population growth has occurred, rather than the stable and unified community of Coconut Grove. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Chair.
Commissioner Crowe, let's just let them,
Yeah,
go.
I just heard something here that, you know.
We're going to hear a lot of
Yeah,
that.
but I'm amazed that it's coming from someone from the cloth. So if you're sending what they're claiming is a sliver, and I don't know if it's true or not, of the black part of Coconut Grove to a district, this Hispanic, this differentiating them.
I understand.
But then
I understand.
if you leave it in an angular area, that's not. But I have to ask a question.
But
How many African Americans have ever been elected in the district of D2?
okay, I don't want to have a back and
not
forth.
zero.
Commissioner.
Zero.
No.
The only time there was an African American that represented
Theodore
the
Gibson
district
and his wife.
was when I appointed Thelma Gibson. When I appointed with the commission, I brought her by the hand as she said herself here, and I asked my colleagues to name her.
After
So-
her husband's death, he was an elected
Commissioner-
commissioner.
Excuse me.
She
Commissioner,
was never elected.
Commissioner, we are going to allow the public comments to go without us opining on what is being said, and we'll have our comments afterward, because not everyone is going to say whatever we think or whatever we agree, but I just want the public to get their comments
And
out.
you're right, but I'm sorry, I just had to put that into the record.
Thank you.
Because we're a city of over 450,000 people, and we have less than 50 people here to talk.
Right.
Less than 50.
You don't have anything further for me?
No, I don't have anything
Thank
further
you so
for you.
much.
Please, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commission and ladies and gentlemen of the audience. I am Lisa Remini. I'm a native Miamian. I'm a 30-plus year resident of Coconut Grove, almost 40 years, back and forth. I strongly oppose this proposition to redistrict Coconut Grove and other sections of Miami. This is a community. It does not need to be divided. We need unification, not division. And I echo the words of Pastor Willie, Mr. Scornavaca, and everyone who's preceded me. This is preposterous, really. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
Good morning, Commission. Minister Bernard Fenord, Believers of Authority Ministries, 3655 Grand Avenue. I'm here on behalf of Apostle Dr. Chambers, Senior Pastor, Believers of Authority, and President of the Ministerial Alliance. We are here to express any opposition to a plan that would separate Coconut Grove into individual parts or any segmented parts. Coconut Grove, as it has been stated, has been a pillar of the city of Miami for a long period of time, and any plan that would cause a separation of this community, warts and all, is an indictment to this commission and would be really a controversy and a travesty to the work that has been done, and especially the work that's been done by Commissioner Russell. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Good morning, Commissioners and everyone. Can you hear me? My name is Dolores Gutierrez. I'm here on behalf of the Brickell Homeowners Association to read the Director Abby Apis statement. Here it goes. My name is Abby. Obviously, it's Dolores, the Director of Brickell Homeowners. I'm unable to attend physically, but I'm tuning in online and eager to hear what you are proposing in today's meeting. Commissioner Russell, as you know, we're constantly working with your office, and we have a long list of issues in our community. Given the issues that we are facing, it would benefit us to have our own commissioner. Brickell is a vertical city, which brings great benefit to the city of Miami, but we often feel that the issues that come with living in a vertical city are left to the building and its management. For example, the streets by the Axis, 11th and 1st, have a lot of potholes due to construction. We need more crosswalks, police enforcement, and pedestrian safety. We need more trash cans, enforcement of dog poo, traffic lights with pedestrian signs, and a better management of traffic lights synchronized with the Brickell Bridge. Better care of the streets when a building is being built, such as Una Construction on Southeast 25th, and so on. This is not to say the city isn't of help. This is to point out that the issues are numerous and we need additional resources into a high density and populated area. Again, please consider giving Brickell its own commissioner. Thank you all for your service.
Thank you. Sir?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is the Reverend Willie F. Ford Jr. of St. Matthew Community Missionary Baptist Church, 3616 Day Avenue in the wonderful Coconut Grove Village West community. I stand behind, and I hold up my sister of the cloth, Willie Fiella, for the comments that she made. The Coconut Grove community has been diminishing physically for years. Now it's about to be diminished in this voting power, and I stand with her to oppose any and all plans or just the thought of a plan that would take the African-American community away from a community that was always intended from day one to be one whole community. We've already separated from Coconut Grove to Village West, which is a separation. We have our community residents have been displaced and have not come back. There's vacant land. We've always been treated badly, and now we want to oppose anything that would take away our voting rights and power to do so. And that was my comments. I oppose it in Jesus' name. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Marcelo Fernandez, lifer in the Grove, raised here, went to school here, have business here. Also, I'm the acting chair of the Coconut Grove Village Council for the last 4 years and just re-elected again this past November for another term. And redistricting is very important. I think it's something that has to be done to keep check and balances in the city growing. So I get it, and it's needed. And thanks for hiring an attorney firm to bring the facts, because it's a very important decision. Without the facts, it's very difficult to make a proper one. One thing I would like to add is I didn't see anything in the current proposal about existing conditions. It'd be great to see what the existing conditions are and how they come to proposal. So I'd like to see that could be shown to the people. Also, they mentioned that the proposed that they can be a variation of up to 10% per district with reason. D2 right now is less than 1%. So I think there's lots of room to adjust that based on our communities we have here. Also, I think we should look at school board, county, and state boundaries to kind of match those and see if that makes sense to keep things community. About the Grove, all the people have spoken eloquently about not splitting it up, and I agree with them. City of Miami has 3 neighborhood conservation districts. 2 are in the Grove. In that proposed plan, both are being split up. That's not part of a neighborhood conservation district. They need to be kept together. Just in the last few days, we received 300 letters opposing the splitting of the Grove, and that count is growing. So we are a unified source. Also, Village Council is the only place in the city that has an elected board by the people for keeping the neighborhood preserved. You will be splitting the Village Council also. And by the way, the Village Council has been around for over 20 years, and there have been many council members voted that were Black residents and represented, and currently we at least 30%, if not more, every single year. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman King. I appreciate your leadership in controlling your City Hall and for giving us a chance to express ourselves before you all get a chance to speak. My name is Marisol Centeno. I am here with the League of Women Voters of Miami-Dade. I am also a member and partner with the Coconut Grove Ministerial Alliance, of which you've seen such a great presence over here. And we want to echo the same thing. The transparency in this process, I am so glad that you made us aware that this is just a preliminary map and that more things will be coming out. It'll be great to see maybe a portal on your website where people can go and look at the maps. Right now, people had to get up in order to see where the areas would be affected, and it wasn't really enough time to see what's happening. So ahead of time, and that you go out into the communities the way it was suggested. In addition, I would like to say that to see the report, how the units, the areas will be affected. And I am here also because of the West Grove area, the largely African-American area in District 2. By moving it up or switching it to Commissioner Reyes' area, no problem there. But the problem is that it's a part of the Voting Rights Act, and for it to maintain the correct within tiers 1 and tiers 2, that community needs to be well represented. By shifting it at 86%, according to what Mr. LeGrandi said, to an 80% voting age population in District 4, the African-American vote of District 2 and the West Grove area is going to dilute. Right now, where they're at, they're able to pick and be part. Any commissioner that is looking forward to being elected in Commission 2 would have to go and has to go to the Coconut Grove and West Grove area.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hi, my name is Rose Fountain, and I'm from Coconut Grove, Village West. Coconut Grove is a unique community, and what we must not lose sight of, and when we voice ourselves, is to know that it is Miami's history. It is part of the Bahamians, the settlement, the Southern Blacks. And to say that redistricting would better this for us, we have rezoning. And to me, rezoning is the redistricting of Coconut Grove. If you look at the Bird Road corridor, you will realize what actually took place in the community and why we chose as a community to update and upgrade ourselves. I believe in what they are doing, the transitioning. But you have to realize, too, that this transition has already happened. I looked at the mapping and what the plans are, and it's not about the economic disparities. It's about human beings, the right to vote, the economical values, the social values of the people that are progressing in our community. So having said that, we have already been redistricted. We're rezoned, and we are still incomplete. We have preservation on our agenda, and we haven't completed Grand Avenue. And I know it takes time. It's not an oversight, and it won't be overnight. I understand.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Madam King. I'm Linda Williams, temporarily at 3517 Hibiscus Street here in Coconut Grove. I come before you as a resident, born and reared 68 years, proudly. I'm also a community activist, and I listen. Redistricting, any part thereof, especially Village West, is not in favor. Our community has concerns as it relates to voting. Where do we go? Taxation, schools, boundaries. Does the NCD2 remain effective? Does the CRA become effective? Questions that have been asked of me. What are the benefits to the people that are impacted by this divide? Is it political? We'd all like to know. Lack of information spurs distrust. Are you for the people? The voices are being heard. Lastly, I request that this thought be deferred until additional information and a seat at the table to discuss this matter more clearly. Thank you for your time and your invite today.
Thank you. Sir.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Reynold Martin from the Coconut Grove area, representing several organizations, including the one that Ms. Williams spoke about. I'm sorry. I'm from the Coconut Grove area, a Bahamian family that's been here since the early 2000s, late 2000s, 1800s, excuse me. And I'd like to read to you a letter from the NAACP, who represents the Coconut Grove area, South Dade branch of the NAACP. It states that the NAACP holds the rights of the Black communities to vote in conditions that result in its voice being heard as the greatest right this democracy offers. Therefore, the South Dade branch of the NAACP is concerned about redistricting of the West Grove, which has been part of Coconut Grove since before there was a City of Miami. We will be closely following the redistricting of the City of Miami Commission activities. And signed by President Senator Dwight Bullard, Secretary Dr. Brad Brown, David Honig, General Counsel, and Tony Alfieri from the University of Miami Law School. We oppose anything that removes areas of the Grove as a unit. You know, we work together as a family, and we'd like to stay that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Clarice Cooper. I live at 3735 Oak Avenue in beautiful Coconut Grove, and I would like to read parts of a letter that you should all have copies of from our organization. The Executive Board of the Coconut Grove Village West Homeowners and Tenants Association, also known as HODA, hereby declares its disapproval of the truncation of Coconut Grove to satisfy the district boundary adjustments that the Miami City Commission is charged to resolve regarding District 2 and all of your districts. HODA was established in 1954 to serve and protect the concerns and interests of the overwhelmingly African-American residents who descended from the original Bahamian settlers, one of which I am, and migrants from North and Central Florida, Georgia, Alabama, and South Carolina. These hardworking, law-abiding people did continue to thrive and make a life for their families in the Grove, and some of those qualities were passed down to people who still live in the Grove, like myself and several others who are present today. Removal of any part of the Coconut Grove Village West from District 2 to be annexed to an adjoining district would place in jeopardy the painstaking strides for improvements and revitalization that has been made towards regarding the West Grove Community Redevelopment Agency, also known as the CRA, and also for the NCD2, which was put in place to protect and preserve our architectural integrity. An agenda item such as this should be given more of importance, considering that Coconut Grove is the city's oldest neighborhood. this shouldn't be treated the way it's been presented here today, but we didn't really have an opportunity to first hear what was going to happen. And you should have more meetings that we could enlighten other members of the community. Finally, we are requesting that the commission withhold any deliberations on this topic until Coconut Grove residents have been fully apprised of the details and how the income will affect us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Renee Schaefer, 2571 Lincoln, Coconut Grove. I've been a resident for 50 years, and the word community is what I think Coconut Grove is all about. It is a common unity, and we wish to keep it that way. It's important to us. As you have large families with aunts, uncles, and cousins, that's how we view each other. We do not wish any of our area to be taken away. We are opposed to the current possibility of redistricting. We look forward to seeing the maps as they exist at this time and to being involved in further conversation on this. And we would like any voting on this to be postponed to a future time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Marcy Weber, 2525 Swanson Avenue, North Grove. I only just heard about this, and I appreciate having the opportunity to speak. I love the Grove. I'm from New York. I moved here almost 20 years ago, and one of the beautiful things about this place is it's very much like New York. It's got everything. It's got everything. It's got Cubans, it's got people from Colombia, it's got people from New York, it's got Black people, it's got white people, it's got everything. And the restaurants too. But most importantly, it has a sense of incredible community and love. And I know that might sound silly these days of division, but I love this place. I never want to go back to New York. And I am a New Yorker, born and bred. And this place has so much possibility. And as we grow, let's grow with unity. Let's not look to divide. Let's find out what the problems are for redistricting. I don't understand, and I'd love to know more. I want to know what is the need for redistricting, because we need another commissioner, or it's too big. New York City's gigantic, but still, it finds a way. Brooklyn finds a way, everybody, and this is a neighborhood. Coconut Grove is like Bensonhurst or like Bed-Stuy, it doesn't matter, or Park Slope. This is a unified community that has such beautiful history and amazing people, artists, and it's such an incredible place. It's a diamond. Why look to break it up? The people make it. And I'm against it, but I'm looking forward to work groups because I don't understand a damn thing those maps said. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commission. Thank you for this opportunity. We have single-member districts because at one time, we wasn't going to have a person of color that served for the city of Miami, right? About 15 years ago, give or take a year or two, we didn't have representation sitting there for District 5. If you go back, you'll check, at a short period of time, we didn't have representation. I'm afraid when I listen to him say the African-American community only have 51% and the Black community in District 5, that means if you go east or west, our 51% is going to be threatened. Think about it. We only make up 51% in our own community. So if you go east or west in District 5, where that going to lead us? Probably with no representation. I would think that we look at going north in the Liberty City area of District 5, which will probably save the representation. So I know for some people, they don't care. But I care that we have someone that look like me representing us in District 5. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Mickey Murcell, and I live at 2542 Swanson. And I'd like to say I'm originally from Miami Beach. And I lived there all my life except for the last 4 years. I lived in Coconut Grove. And I got to tell you, I never thought I would leave Miami Beach, but Coconut Grove is outstanding, and it's just such a diverse community, and We go out and we go to all sections of the Grove, and we just love it. And really don't want to change it. And on another note, I think the residents of Coconut Grove in this room and at home watching on television would appreciate in the future, and I don't know what's happened in past meetings, that we start the meetings on time. Some people have left work to be here an hour late, so I just want to go on record to say that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi all, Joshua Abril. I live here in the Grove, and I'm learning about everything for the first. I'm kind of learning as I watch. So, but three things I wanted to mention per what I saw from the map. One concerns North and Center Grove, where if the line's drawn at day, if the 836 is a significant boundary, which I agree with, US 1 seems to me more significant because to break it up at day is almost like breaking up districts at 8th Street. You know, we're talking about things that from one side to the other, these are matters that will concern the neighbors immediately across the street. You know, there's a much bigger divide by US 1 concerning interests of the neighbors and the architecture within the community. The second one is, for example, my dad's Cuban, my mom's American, I'm born in Miami, obviously I'm American, but ethnically I'm not really sure where I fall. When it comes to neighborhoods like West Grove, we all feel very much community, and it's like, I don't know how appropriate it is to say this, but it's, we're talking about a neighborhood that has the demographic it has because it was mandated at one time. So, there's a certain sensitivity I feel that should be taken into account there. But there's still, but even aside from that, breaking up the neighborhood of Coconut Grove, growing up in Miami, we've always had a lack of history because the city gets rebuilt every 10 years. And Coconut Grove being the most historic neighborhood, it holds the keeping together of the neighborhood in a certain zone for a lot of people, I would say. But yeah, there's just those three things. I just wanted to bring it up just because I saw it, this is my first time seeing the map. Cheers.
Thank you.
Good morning, it's still morning, right? Neil Shiver, 3095 Plaza Street, lifetime resident of Coconut Grove. Clearly, when it comes to the black community of Coconut Grove, clearly, Commissioner Reyes, Commissioner Rush, you got your work cut out for you on this matter. I would support whatever the district commissioner supports. I would support whatever the ministerial alliance supports. I would support whatever the Homeowners and Tenants Association supports. But we have to be real about and deal with facts. And I'll just end on a little simple story, because I don't have some of the same fears they have, but I have to support them because we are one community. When I graduated from Coral Gables Senior High, they told me I was from Coconut Grove. When I graduated from Florida State, they told me I was from the South Grove. When I graduated from the University of Miami, they told me I lived in a village. Now they're telling me I live in the West Grove. My address never changed. So this one grove, while laudable and aspirational, has never really been the true intent and has harmed this community. Prior to your arrival, Commissioner Russell, we were in trouble. You have done more than any, once we start doing district elections, to eradicate some of these barriers. So wherever you guys end up with, I don't have fears of the Hispanic community. Because I have been dealing with my white residents for years. And while we are socially kind to each other, my community is still dying. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Reverend Nathaniel Robinson III. I'm the senior pastor of Greater St. Paul African Methodist Episcopal Church in Coconut Grove. I'm also the chair of Grove Rights and Community Equity and a board member of the Ministerial Alliance. I too stand in agreement with Pastor Willie and her comments. We are facing nationwide voter suppression and delusion suppression and the diluting of the African-American vote all throughout this country in different states. And it appears that in the plan that was presented, we would experience something similar. I do want to thank you, Chairwoman, for the assurance that this draft will be discussed in community and that there won't be action taken on it today. We do appreciate that. But as it relates to substance, it appears that what was presented today intentionally discriminates against and desperately impacts the voting rights of Village West Black residents by diluting their political impact. Although it might be small, we do have a political impact. It also seems to sever the cultural, social, and historic ties to Coconut Grove in District 2 governance. I will say that at the beginning of the presentation, as you go back and our consultants rework the draft, you did say that one of your objectives was to maintain communities of interest in neighborhoods where feasible. It doesn't appear that this draft does that for Coconut Grove. You did consider naturally occurring boundaries for other districts. Day Avenue is not necessarily a naturally occurring boundary in West Grove, so please consider US 1 as one of those naturally occurring boundaries as you rework the plan. Also, your plan takes into consideration a number of things, but does not take into consideration the Village Council, which is an elected body from the West Grove, nor does it take into consideration the NCD2, which is a part of Miami 21, which I think needs to remain intact. The CRA has been newly formed, and if you split the Grove and Day Avenue, you would have 2 different commission districts that would have some type of jurisdiction over the CRA. So I ask that you would carefully reconsider.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Cynthia Shelley. I've lived in Coconut Grove since 1980, and I wish this thing were taller. Okay. I came here from Winter Park, Florida, and made this my home. The Grove, made the Grove my home. I founded the Coconut Grove Park Homeowners Association. I'm here representing the Coconut Grove Park Homeowners Association. I am a former vice president of the Civic Club. I'm a former vice president of Coconut Grove Park Elementary. I'm one of the founders of the Village Council. I'm here to represent the people who care about continuing to keep the Grove. We have the North Grove, we have Center Grove, we have South Grove, we have West Grove. Each of those communities are one. They each have the word Grove in it. I believe in representing what the people want. I know you do also, that you care. Ken, I know you care what the people want and need for their area, for their people. I am the child, not a child anymore, but born the daughter of a colonel of the United States Air Force. And I have learned to look at those who live around me and with me and represent them for what their needs are. Please keep the Grove as the Grove, and please continue to represent the needs of each of those people who live in the Grove and need to be represented. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nancy Tedford, and I've already been displaced from Coconut Grove due to development, and yet I still stand with the residents of Coconut Grove in keeping the Grove unified and not parceling it off.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, James Torres, president of the DNA. I don't live in a Grove, but we experienced the growth in District 2. We're fully aware of what's happening. One of the things that the attorney made reference to a few months ago that I kind of want to bring up, that everyone is fully on board with this, is he made a comment, something has to happen before March, if I'm not mistaken. So it's now February 7th, and if we're going to put this out in town hall meetings, we may be a little bit underneath the gun. So with that being said, I hope that the commission looks at that the way it needs to be done. The other caveat to this is that the core of downtown Brickell, Omni, Edgewater, Wynwood, and Midtown, east of I-95 within District 2, should be kept at its integrity. Because if we start shifting away, as we all know, downtown is what's driving these changes. And we're going to be having that same conversation 10 years down the line. So we kindly ask, whatever plan is selected, that we have several options for the community of the Grove and everyone else that's affected by it, because it's important to build the community the way it should. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, Commissioners, my name is Mel Meinhardt, 3075 Virginia Street. I represent the Village of Center Grove. The Village of Center Grove is the community organization that runs right through the middle of your districting plan and includes the changes that are made here. I also have the privilege of being probably the first Anglo to live in the West Grove many years ago, in the last millennia. I'm here to say that we think of the Coconut Grove as an artsy kind of community, but that is true, but it's a very independent and fiercely loyal place that demands the highest levels of public service out of its representatives. I would point out that 2 of the last city commissioners have been pushed out of office or helped out of office by coordinated efforts of the village, by Village of Center Grove and by the Grove itself. I also point out that that creates tremendous power to protect each other and look after each other's interests, as the Village of Center Grove looks out for the West Grove, for the South Grove, and the actions here in the North Grove as well. And we have many examples of coordinated efforts where we've worked together to help each other there. We hope that you can continue to have that kind of cohesion so that we can see communities working together here in the North, South, and Center and West Groves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, can I ask him a question for a point of information for all of us, since he says he represents the Center Grove? Sir, where do you consider that the boundaries of Center Grove are?
I'm sorry, I can't hear the commissioner.
Where do you consider the boundaries for the Center Grove?
The Center Grove, in our definition, is between 27th Avenue and on the east and 32nd Avenue on the west.
Okay, so you don't consider from 27th to 22nd Center Grove?
By the definition of our organization, that's where we're talking about, 27th to 32nd from US 1 to the water.
Okay.
Because I've heard different, meanings.
No ambiguity, just trying to clear it up.
Yeah, that's why I was asking.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Lucian Furster. I live in Crawford Avenue in the South Grove. I've lived there since 1983. First of all, I don't want to be redundant. I clearly support a unitary Coconut Grove in one district. It's been well said by others. I can't repeat that. I do want to say that Coconut Grove is a community. It was a settlement, the first one, other than Native Americans, in this area. It was a village. It was almost a city. It is a community. We have our needs, we have our problems, but it is a unitary community, and it should stay that way. I'd also like to talk about process, and then I'm done. This redistricting is needed, it's important, it's difficult, and it can be misunderstood by the public. And I call upon the City of Miami, its commissioners, and all those that work with you to make this clear, fair, and open. I would imagine that the majority of us that came here today thought that the decision would be presented by Mr. DeGrande and voted on today. That was the information that seemed to be out there. It was wrong. We need correct information immediately shared to make good decisions. But most of all, we need a fair and friendly, non-combative council that will listen to us and work with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Andy Parrish, offices at 3678 Grand Avenue. Some of you, including Commissioner Carroya, who used to be my neighbor in the North Grove a long time ago. I've been building affordable homes in the West Grove since 1994 with my partners. We developed the Grand Island building and several, where the Art for Learning School is, where the Royal Pointe Inn is. So I've been in the West Grove a long time, but that's not what I want to talk about. Actually, Mr. Furster, good friend, also just stole a lot of what I was going to say, which is the process. I am concerned about the process, Chairwoman King, in that, and I have sympathy for Mr. DeGrande, you have to have a starting point somewhere, but starting points matter. So when you have the town hall meetings after this meeting, the starting point will be what Mr. DeGrande presented. And that builds a momentum that I hope you all will be skeptical of, because there's lots of different alternatives that you could all consider. But I don't want the momentum to be started from the starting point that Mr. DeGrande has pointed out, and then everything else is tweaked on top of that, because some of that, you as our commissioners may want to rethink entirely. Maybe the number of districts that we have, but certainly you've heard today that neighborhoods are important. Community, and I know Commissioner Reyes has always been a champion of neighborhoods. I would like to see much more emphasis put on the existing neighborhoods as you do this redistricting. And whether it means more commissioners, I don't know. That's for you to decide. But don't let the momentum take away the voice of the people. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, David Winker, 2222 Southwest 17th Street. Coconut Grove is one of the oldest settlements in Miami-Dade County. It was incorporated as a city in 1919. It was incorporated into the city of Miami in 1925. I think it's important. I often say democracy is a verb. And here we're seeing democracy, and I would point out that we're not hearing residents clamoring to be removed from District 2. Everyone here is in support of staying, and I think that says something. You guys have a hard decision to make. I wish the map had come out earlier. I really appreciate Chairman King saying we're going to have meetings, we're going to have outreach. I think it's really important to talk with the communities and make sure that the communities of interest. I think Commissioner Carollo made a very good point, right? He asked a question. Has there ever been a Black African-American elected in District 2? And of course the answer is there has not. And I would say that there is an affinity. I've just taken a rough count, it's 50-50 here. There is an affinity. This is a community. And so I think the partial answer to to Commissioner Carollo's very fair question is this is one community, a community of interest, and it should be preserved. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Bob Durez. I moved here to Coconut Grove in 1970. That's from Ann Arbor, Detroit. That just shows you how smart I am. Back in 1970. And I owned a home in the Grove for about 10 years. I now reside at 200 Southeast 15th Road on District 10, right on the water there. I've just been offered a huge amount of money for my condo. They want to tear it down and build something taller. Anyways, they say start with a joke, when you talk. So this is all going to be mute in about 40 years. I mean, District 10 is going to be covered in water. So why are we even talking about this?
Okay.
So there's my joke. Nobody's laughing. I think it's also a joke that when we saw the map and it was colored map as to the size of the districts, they had District 10, District 2 represented to be almost 8 times as large the area than it actually is by bringing the line all the way out into the water. And that just shows you how honest I think the people that are running this are. I mean, what a facade that is. I mean, how stupid do they think I am? I know they think some people out there don't have the intelligence to understand that or be able to read a map, because most people can't read a map, but I can. I hope you can too. I'd like to also see how many letters, emails that you've all received from residents of District 10? Any complaints about what's going on? Have you gotten a complaint from District 4, from any of the residents, District 5, District 7? Has anybody complained? elected an old man for a lawyer from Holland Knight. He never mentioned who's paying him. Did I miss something? Did we miss who's paying him? Who's spending the millions of dollars to do this? You know?
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Sir, your time is up. Thank you.
Hi, hello, good afternoon. My name is Alejandra Rondon. I'm a council member on the Coconut Grove Village Council. I'd like to start by thanking Madam Chair and the commissioners for holding public comments today. It's really appreciated. I think, as you can see, a lot of my Coconut Grove neighbors are eager to share their views, in particular around keeping a neighborhood together. I also want to thank Mr. DeGrande for his presentation. I personally appreciate, I think, the trust given to the commissioners in the latitude that you all will have around this map. So I think there was a lot of fear that today was it. So thank you all for creating a public process and for sort of trusting the process by which you all can make decisions to keep all of our neighborhoods together. So thank you. And lastly, I look forward to whatever the public, looking forward hopefully very soon to your discussion and knowing a bit more about what the public process will be like. And in particular, I think letting that be an opportunity to hear input such as, why couldn't US 1 be, just looking forward to that process. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brian Gibson. I live at 4145 El Prado Boulevard in Coconut Grove. And I was not a native, but I've been there since I was 6 months old. I just learned about this last night at 10 o'clock, so I'm not super prepared, but what I did was look online and find the report that maybe the same person here. It was Miguel DeGrande's report that you commissioned to advise on best practices and as well what might be considered unlawful when redistricting. So in 2000, you identified the following criteria for redistricting to quote, that the draft plan, whenever possible, preserve the integrity of historical and traditional neighborhoods. And then in 2010, the last time there was redistricting, your own report said the traditional redistricting criteria considered by a body as it reapportions itself includes maintaining communities of interest together, such as traditional neighborhoods. It also went on to say that the city shall not engage in racial gerrymandering. Coconut Grove is a historic neighborhood. It's probably the oldest neighborhood in Miami. And the Black community that built Coconut Grove doesn't deserve to be removed from the neighborhood that they built. And so I just think that when your own past practices and the last two redistricting recognize that you don't want to divide up neighborhoods, this would not be the right thing to do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chris Baralotto, 3752 Kumquat Avenue. I also serve on the Coconut Grove Village Council, and I don't want to reiterate much of what's already been said. I would like to call for, in your process, to share with us more information than has been shared to date. I want to call attention, this was a discussion item last week, then this special meeting was held. None of this information was shared with our constituents. We have several hundred people, some of whom represented here, who want to have their voices heard and want to understand this process. I would call for you, if you could, please share with us a schedule. If there is a March deadline, share this with us. If you're going to have meetings, share these with us. You obviously have data. Share this with us. Allow us to come up with alternative scenarios for you to review. Trust us as we trust you. Thank you.
Thank you. This concludes the public comment portion of our meeting. And again, let me state that Mr. DeGrande's plan is just a draft. This is an opportunity for all of the commissioners to see his draft and beat him up a bit. There's not one commissioner here that I think is in agreement with his plan, but this is the only opportunity for us to speak collectively, and then he will take our recommendations that we feel is appropriate for our district, and then we may take it to the community for further input. So that is what we're doing here. There is not one person on this commission that wants to circumvent the public's interest and input in this process. And for the record, Mr. City Attorney, can you advise, for the record, why we are faced with redistricting?
So redistricting traditionally occurs when the census comes out, the decennial census. The census came out, and one of the reasons why, to a certain degree, we're behind the 8 ball on this is that the census took a lot longer to come out. It was supposed to come out in March, then the federal government indicated that they won't have the numbers out till September, and that took 6 months of this process away, and now we're sort of catching up to that. But traditionally, throughout the country, you look at redistricting or analyzing your districts to make sure that you meet the 10% threshold every 10 years, and that's how we got here.
So we are legally obligated to redistrict City of Miami. Do we have an option not to do it?
We have an option not to do it, and as your expert counsel will say, that the peril of not doing it is that somebody can make you do it. They can file a lawsuit saying that the numbers aren't appropriate. We are proactively doing this to ensure that we comply with the Voting Act's right.
Okay, and I'd also like to address the deadline issue. While there is a deadline for elections, it is not a hard and fast deadline. It's a deadline that we would try to meet to prevent having a financial ramification for not getting it done within a certain time. Again, no one here, none of my colleagues will be held to that deadline to save $2. Everyone in our communities will have an opportunity to have input in what is going to happen in our communities. And having said that, I'm going to allow Mr. DeGrande 2 minutes.
2 minutes, ma'am, to clarify some things, if I may. First of all, I've had a couple members from the public ask me for the existing plan, the current districts. They are on the website of the City of Miami. You could look at those there. And I want to also clarify the issue of lack of information. This is actually the 3rd public hearing we've had on redistricting, as you know. The first public hearing, I went through an entire dissertation of all the legal issues, the reason why redistricting is mandatory. You're at 42-point-something% overall deviation. If you do not redistrict, you will be sued, and the plaintiffs will prevail. That's just basic law. And so the first hearing we had was to discuss all the legal issues. The second public hearing we had was to obtain input from you as to what criteria you wanted to use. This is the 3rd public hearing on that matter. I cannot speak to, I assume that the city publicly noticed every one of those meetings, so I cannot speak to why these folks were not notified, but there were publicly noticed meetings. Now, a couple of things. There was a concern about the coastal district and why is it a coastal district? That coastal district has existed now for 2 redistricting cycles. There was a direction by you in the second public hearing to maintain the core and configuration of the existing districts. And that's why that district still looks like a coastal district. There was talk about, particularly in the triangle that goes into District 4 south of US 1, that you shouldn't give the West Grove to a Hispanic district. Well, 2 things that you should know. Prior to my doing the adjustments that I did in redistricting, District 2 was a majority Hispanic district. It's now barely not, okay? And the other thing that you should know is that triangle has 5,071 people. 2,460 are Hispanic. 497 are African American. 1,900.
Can you go over that again slowly?
That area has 5,071 residents. 2,460 are Hispanic.
2,000?
460. 497 are African American, and 1,915 consider themselves or identify themselves in the census as single race white. So I wanted to put into context what we're moving into a majority Hispanic district. Let me go through a couple of other things. All this data will be available to the public after this hearing. We will provide a USB of that entire presentation to your clerk, and anyone can make a public records request.
Chair, we really need to get these comments on the record.
Go ahead, Mr. I think you've exceeded your 2 minutes, and I believe my colleagues are
Yes.
anxious to get going on the discussion of this.
Yes, let me just finish clarifying some issues. The other issue was US 1 being a hard boundary. Well, Mr. Cody and I drew that plan 10 years ago, and it was a hard boundary. And it was a hard boundary because we didn't need to rebalance population in the way we did. I want to bring one last point, Madam Chair, which is what we did in the boundary between 2 and 5, we moved approximately 9,500 individuals from District 2 into District 5. Of the 28,000 that we had to move to balance the district, there were only roughly 1,000 African Americans. The only reason we were able to rebalance the ethnic and racial population is by taking out that southern part of District 5 and moving it into District 1, which was overwhelmingly Hispanic and had roughly the same African American population. I say this to tell you, I cannot take any more population out of D2 into D5. So the only choices that are left is either taking downtown into District 3 or breaking south of US 1 to take parts of the Grove. Those are your policy choices. I am agnostic as to whatever you want to do. Those are your policy choices. But those are the facts and those are the figures.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes?
Commissioner Ross.
Oh, hold on one second. So,
Madam Chair.
Hold on one second. Hold on one second. There's going to be
An order.
order. So my order, and I think I'm going to keep this order moving forward for my commission meetings, I am going to look to my vice chair first, and then I will go in order of districts.
Thank you.
So,
I agree, but Madam Chair, can I have a question of you?
question.
I only have 2 questions today. One of Mr. DeGrande, literally 2. One of Mr. DeGrande and one of you, and I'm done.
Okay.
For today.
Okay, so I'll take your questions
It'll be very quick,
in order. We're going to go to vice chair.
unless the Vice Chair defers to me for 2.
If I have one of him with a statement to make, and then before I proceed, I will gladly give the floor to you for those
Thank you, sir.
questions. Mine, I think, will be quick.
Thank you.
Mr. DeGrande, when you were before this body the last time, and we went over with you the process we were going to follow. Because while by law, we're not bound to go along with the timing, as the chair said, of the county, it is going to cost us a pretty penny if we don't. So what I remember at that last meeting was that this body had agreed that you would come before us. The last meeting was canceled, so it was placed for this one. And then we will give you final instructions. If we decided that we were not going to vote for this exactly the way you had it, if we did, well, that was fine. But if we didn't, and we gave you some final instructions on how we wanted to end up with the districts, that you would then do that, you would come to us, and we would have that final hearing on that time so that we could meet the requirement of the county and save a bunch of dollars. Am I correct in that, or did I forget something?
That is my understanding of the direction that you gave us, Commissioner.
Okay. I'll cede the floor to you then for your questions, and then I'll take it back.
Thank you,
If it's
Commissioner
okay.
Carollo. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. DeGrande, is there any legal requirement or legal principle that we have a coastal district?
No, there is no requirement, but once you told me to maintain the core and configuration of the existing districts, I kept that coastal district as a coastal district. But there is no legal requirement. I mean, I could start from scratch and create a new plan if you want, which is what we discussed, and this commission said no, maintain the core of existing districts to minimize voter confusion and disruption.
But this commission could change that vote, right, and reverse that and say we don't need a coastal district. There's no legal protection to having a white, for lack of a better term, district, correct?
No, there is no legal protection to having a coastal district.
And for you, Madam Chair, what is your thinking in the terms of how you want to undergo this process? Commissioner Carrillo brought up a very good point. He sort of asked a question I was going to ask, but I missed a couple of things that I want to know. There's a deadline. What's that exact deadline?
The deadline is February.
What we have been told by the supervisor of elections is to have the plan by the end of February. And if not, again, the consequence, as she explained to me, it's approximately $115,000 in cost of production of new voter cards and mailing cards if you don't do it at the same time that the county's doing, and anywhere from $20,000 to $40,000 in staff's time. So it could be $135,000 to $150,000.
Outside that artificially imposed deadline by the elections department, what is a real deadline in terms of, let's say we want to pay let's say hypothetically you want to pay the $135K. What would be the real deadline?
You don't have to redistrict until sometime before qualifying.
Which will be?
You could leave a
In
reasonable
September?
time before qualifying, but you're talking about your election, your next elections are 2023. So short of that, you have until some reasonable period prior to qualifying.
Madam Chair.
From a legal perspective.
Thank you. What's your thinking in terms of the process and
Well,
public hearings?
My thinking is, and I thought we discussed that in our commission meeting, that we would take this plan to our communities. I want to ensure that democracy prevails, that we give our communities an opportunity to weigh in, to give us input on how we would like our maps to be redrawn. So for me, I am not held steadfast to, I don't want to rush this process. I understand that because of the pandemic and the census being late, we are here. And if we could make that deadline, great. But I don't want to disenfranchise anyone and not be able to hear from our communities appropriately, give them enough time to say what they believe, because that's why we're here, to listen to what our communities have to say, get their input. I would like to be fiscally sound, if at all possible, but today is February 7th, and the deadline is the end of February. We have to create our timetables, our schedules, and frankly, we all have to get this information out to our communities. So for me, I will not object if we do not meet the Miami-Dade County deadline. It will not be an objection of mine. That's not going to drive my decision.
Okay, but
Thank you, Madam Chair.
we should, and I guess I need to hear from the chair in this. If we do that, we need to establish at least our own deadline so that this doesn't go on forever and ever.
Absolutely.
And anytime a small group of people want to stop something in the city of Miami, they'll study it to death. They'll have community meetings to death, and this is what happens. So I would go along with that, even though I think that we could accomplish this. Maybe I've gotten a little extension from the county in the way that we have stated at the last meeting that we discussed this, but we certainly have to give a time date by when we'll finish this. Is it the end of March? I mean, that gives us another month where we could have in all our communities, town hall meetings. In fact, today, I've counted, there's 43 people that I counted here that came. I don't know how many of those spoke. Out of the 43, there was one from District 4. There was one from downtown Miami, District 2. And there was one from Brickell, District 2. The rest were mainly from the same area of Coconut Grove. I didn't see any of my old neighbors from the North Grove here today. So I didn't see one from your district.
One.
I didn't, okay, one.
One.
Commissioner Zero, there was 0 from mine, and there was one lobbyist from yours. And you know, Mr. Winker has had people in different cases he represented. I wish at some time we could revisit those 2 duplexes, because I still think that we should look at that further, Mr. Winker. That left a bad taste in my stomach, and is part of what's been going on in many parts of our city and our districts. But the bulk of our districts haven't had the beef, so.
I agree. I agree that we should set a deadline. I don't anticipate this going on and on and on. We do need to address it. We need to resolve this as quickly as we can. But again, with input, I am not proposing that we take this up to our qualifying deadline. No, I would like to resolve this as quickly as we can, but I do want to be able to, for the community to say we had adequate input.
Yeah, no more than 45, 60 days from now.
Do you want to set a deadline today?
I think we should.
We could set a deadline today. We could set a deadline today. I'm not opposed to that. I'm not opposed to that.
All right, now, if I could go to some of my statements and some of the questions that I want to make.
So this is, again.
Before they go there.
Yes.
Hold on, Commissioner. Again, for my process, so that it's fair for everyone, I will go to my vice chair, and then I will go in order of the districts.
But didn't you do that before? You started with your vice chair, and then you started all the way. You're going to repeat it.
So the only two
I just want to be consistent.
Yes, we're going to be consistent.
But he had 2 brief questions, and they were brief.
You're talking about you? You have
No. I'm saying Commissioner Diaz-Portilla. They were brief. That I let him come in.
So let's start. Let's start with Commissioner Carollo.
Okay.
Let's start with you.
Thank you.
We give
Thank you,
him,
Chair.
and we'll all go in order of what I said.
I'm taking this off so I could be heard better, but, you know, I'm one of those old guys, and I do believe in wearing the mask. I think besides myself, the chair, the last 2, last of the Mohicans, that from the elected officials, including the mayor, have not gotten COVID. So, knock on wood that we stay that way. I think it's important that we go into history so that we can understand how this whole process came about in districts and so on. I heard from some people here that legitimately they knew they were asking questions. And while to some they might have seemed ignorant questions, I didn't take it that way. I thought they were good questions because they don't know. You know, for instance, why do we have a coastal district? It's a good question. And I'm going to answer that today. But before I proceed, since, you know, some of the people that spoke here, I think one said they were from New York, another from Michigan or up north somewhere, and then different people from other areas that have moved here in the years before we made districts. Does anybody here know how districts came about from the public? Anybody? The commission, the public. Well, I don't even see one hand. So let me explain to you how districts came about. We had an election in the city of Miami. At that time, the mayor was part of the commission. Mayor was elected citywide, and he was 1 out of 5. He had a vote, unlike now, in the commission. And all of the commissioners ran citywide. So what happened was, we had an election, and the sole African-American commissioner lost. And there was no African-American representation in the commission. Now, there were some that wanted to challenge it, but at that stage, it was going to be years before they would have succeeded in court, and I will tell you why. Because they could not prove that it was because of discrimination, the demographics, other than maybe it was a bad candidate, someone that people didn't like. So it would have taken more elections to have been able to prove otherwise. At the same time, I was seeing the trend with the sole, for lack of a better word, Anglo commissioner that we had left, that in the next election, or when he decided to retire or die, he might have been the last of the Mohicans. So, as mayor at that time, and I was the mayor, I put my neck in the line. I put all my political capital to immediately have a referendum to approve district elections and to have an executive mayor, like at the time the county had, that was not part of the commission. And while districts have good, but they also have a lot of bad that come along with them. There's a lot of baggage to districts also. I thought that it far outweighed having districts, but having equal representation within the commission, and to assure that we would always have a balance of what our population was in the districts, and that there would always be an African-American commissioner and an Anglo commissioner. Because if we would have had citywide elections, the trend was very different. And I believe that trend will show even today if we have citywide elections. And the way that the original districts were made, this is why you had the whole coastal one. It was made that way. It was gerrymandered, but it was a legal gerrymander so that you would have an Anglo elected commissioner. And even today, the only way that that could happen is if you have that whole coastal area. There's no way that you could separate the Grove, or that you could separate downtown and the upper, what's left of the Upper East Side, and create just a district for a District 2 so that someone Anglo could be elected. The numbers aren't there. Now, this is how it was done in 2000. 2010, obviously, the maps changed because of the population shift. So there was a big chunk in the upper northeast, all the way to, by the coastal part, all the way to the boundaries of the city of Miami, that were put into District 5. There were other changes that were made in the different districts, so you could have that balance. And now we come to today. Now, I'm going to tell you some of the changes that have happened. Silver Bluff, that's the distinct community, if you want to call it, as Coconut Grove was. Silver Bluff was divided. 2/3 of it is in District 4. 1/3 approximately is in District 3. Shenandoah, another historical community in the city of Miami, was divided. 2/3 is in District 4. Approximately 1/3 is in District 3. Little Havana was divided. You have people now trying to tell you that Little Havana begins at 27th Avenue by 8th Street to Northwest 7. No, Little Havana begins at 37th Avenue all the way down. This is why you have Versailles at 8th Street and 35th Avenue, La Carreta at 8th Street and 36th Avenue, because that's how far Little Havana went. And Little Havana was divided, that from 27th Avenue to the river, to the 8th Street area, all the way to 37th, it went into District 4. The rest stayed in District 3. Flagami originally was one area back in 2000 for District 1, if I remember. Well, Flagami has been divided also. It's one community, part in District 1, part in District 4. Yeah, there are more communities like that within District 4. I'm sure that in District 1 you'll find some others. So I'm bringing this so you could have a historical impact, that this body is just not trying to cut up communities for the heck of it. We've had to do this in the past so that we could meet, first of all, the types of people that this is intended to elect. We needed to make sure, and we need to make sure, that there's going to be an African-American elected and up in this commission. We need to make sure there's an Anglo-American elected and up in this commission, that in the rest of the districts that are majority Hispanic, that they stayed that way, so that the 67% of the population, 68 of the city of Miami that is Hispanic, will have 3 representatives in the commission. So I wanted to go over that so you could understand historically why we have done things and why we have to now make additional changes. District 2 has been the district that has grown by leaps and bounds. And the reason is because that's where the developers make all their money, by the water, and that's where the overbuilt has come. And that's why District 2 has grown so much more in population than the other districts. You cannot go into downtown Miami or any higher than that and start trying to cut up and balance the populations without affecting District 5 and some of the other districts in the way that I described of why we went into districts. So it doesn't leave you much room to do it in. It doesn't have to be exactly as Mr. DeGrande described it, but there are going to have to be some changes. And I think this is going to be one of the first votes that this commission needs to take today. The area of Coconut Grove, look, I've lived in Coconut Grove. I still property in Coconut Grove. I know Coconut Grove. And I wish that the peacocks would be left alone. But having said that, Coconut Grove is really 4 communities in one. And that's what you usually find when you have communities that have a wide range of land and have waterfront, have areas with high incomes, areas that don't have as high income. You have North Coconut Grove that could go from 27th Avenue up to the Rickenbacker, or some might say from 22nd up to the Rickenbacker. That's why I asked the gentleman from the homeowners group where he considered it. He said 27th Avenue. You have the Center Grove, which he gave a description of what he felt was. You have the South Grove, which are your big lots, and where you have your huge waterfront mansion that don't have as much in common with the Center Grove, with the North Grove, and you have what is now called the West Grove, the traditional African American community, the Bahamian community, that has been shrinking more and more throughout the years. And you might even want to look at the coastal Coconut Grove that is basically in the north of Coconut Grove, that are all the high-rises that are either in South Bayshore Drive or by the water, that are even more different of the people that have moved there than the other 4 areas that I mentioned. Now, as I see it, in order to give balance, first of all, protect the integrity of what was done in 2000 in making sure that we keep African-American district, that we keep an Anglo-American district, but that we also keep that same balance and having a balance in the Hispanic districts. I don't see any other way that we're going to have to come in, at least a small portion, into Coconut Grove. Now, where do we come in? I think that's probably the areas that, could be up for discussion. But I don't necessarily think that where the line has to be drawn is in Day Avenue, but that's, as we move along into this discussion, that we could get into that. But one of the decisions that we have to make here today is precisely that. Is Coconut Grove going to be open so that we could bring the balance that we need into all the districts? Or are we going to say no, it's going to be the only neighborhood in the city that would not have different parts of it, as I described many of the main others in other districts? And then the outcome of that would be that guys like that look like us with last names like us in the near future might not be elected necessarily from the districts that we represent. And what I tried to stand up for back in 2000 to make sure that we had a balance of our population is going to go the opposite way by those decisions. So for now, that's what I have to say. But Mr. DeGrande, if I could get you back here for a minute.
Yes, sir.
Look, this does not require any major further analysis outside of what this commission would like to see. The only analysis that it would require from that, if we give you, or at least a majority of us in a vote, give you marching orders, is then for you to break down the numbers that would make sense and see how deep you have to go into an area or not, and work out those numbers. Outside of that, that might take you a couple of weeks or so to do, is coming back to us with your final proposal for us to accept it or not. If we accept it, then we could go and bring it to the community. We could have a town hall meeting in each one of our districts, and then bring it to a final vote. So I don't see this having to need months and months and months, because precisely this is the feeling that I'm getting, that some that want to see something different figure the only way to achieve their goal is to keep this going and going and going and going. So if you have marching orders from this commission today, how long will it take you to come back and then give us the final numbers based upon what we've asked you to do? And I think we're going to need to be very specific in areas, and I certainly will be.
Okay. Commissioner, if it depends on the number of changes,
Yeah.
but reasonably, if you give me specific direction and say, generally, this area do this, generally, this area do that, we can bring something back to you in 2 weeks. It will not be the final plan, because again, the reason that I had needed more time for a final plan is because we also provide a report on the final plan that explains the rational basis for each of the changes. But to answer your question is, depending on the number of changes, yes, I could come back in a couple of weeks with a revised plan.
Okay.
So,
Chairman, if we could get there to where we have a consensus among us today, and we tell Mr. DeGrande, these areas, and we specify clear areas, is what we want. And we vote on it so that a majority of us are instructing him. He comes back in approximately 2 weeks or so. We have to make sure that we have a date set, and I would recommend that we do these meetings standalone, and I see you can see why. How many more weeks do you think we need for each of us, and we could do it in the same week, each of us, because they're different districts, to have the community meetings in each of our districts and then be able to come back to vote upon it?
that would be the will of the body. I think once we know what the 2-week deadline is, that would give us nearly a month, because we can ask for 2 weeks to take it to our districts, but we would have a month lead time to advise the districts and schedule it. So I don't think that we need more than 2 weeks subsequent to receiving the plan to take it to our districts.
Okay, so, and I agree with you. So I think that if we vote upon that we will bring this to a final vote on or before the end of March, then we're in a good position then.
Yes, I agree.
All right.
So now, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No.
Okay, so now what I did, which none of my colleagues knew I was doing, I set my timer for 15 minutes and you closed almost at 15 minutes. And I'd like to give my colleagues 15 minutes to bring your concerns or your questions, your comments.
That's fair.
So that,
Very fair.
And we do have another meeting subsequent to this, but it will be short. So,
What meeting's that?
the Overtown CRA meeting, I had to cancel it at the last commission meeting, and I'd like to take that up.
Yes. I will be there, here for that, absolutely.
So, going along with my order, Commissioner,
I like your discipline.
I am,
I like that. But I'm gonna give you, I'm gonna do a little favor today for you. I've asked my question. I said I had 2 questions, I had some follow-ups to those, so I'm done for today.
okay.
So you're gonna give me your 14 and a half
That's coming
minutes?
this way. I get 30. I get 30 minutes.
But,
If somebody's gonna be given time, it's me. I've been left out.
but I would like, but I would like though to say a few things quickly. Are we going to take a vote today on a deadline
Yes, we
for
are.
the final plan?
Yes, we are.
That's your intention?
Yes, it is.
Well, I think,
Well, 2 different dates, I know.
yeah, there are gonna have to be, I think, 3 votes taken.
Okay.
One, which is the key vote, is do we keep Coconut Grove intact, or is it open to try to balance districts? That should be one.
I agree.
The second vote should be on the timing.
The special commission
Yeah,
meeting.
Special commission meeting, that this will end by the, no later than the end of
March 30th.
Yeah. And the other one would be, we have to agree on the final marching orders that we will give Mr. DeGrande unless we're in full agreement with his plan.
So Madam Chair, this is going to, now I need to follow up on that. There's going to be a commission meeting probably in 2 weeks where Mr. DeGrande comes back to us with a somewhat revised plan after we take our votes today. Right? There will be meetings Mr. DeGrande will have with each one of us individually in that 2-week period, correct? So we can kind of express our concerns again to you, so you take that, all that into account as we move forward.
Yeah.
Well, I will request that at least with me.
I would, if I may, suggest that Mr. DeGrande is going to give us a date that's acceptable to all of us, that he's coming back. And he'll give us that date today. And then, beginning today, tomorrow, we let our district, each district
Yes.
know when we're going to have that meeting to present his plan.
Right.
Correct.
So this way, they have all this time
To prepare.
to prepare.
After that meeting, we will then have public hearings in each one of our districts.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then we'll set a deadline for March 30th to say hypothetically,
Yeah.
where we were to vote the plan out, and we're done.
Exactly.
And people that testified today have testified, they'll have an opportunity, obviously, to testify in the next commission meeting.
Sure.
But when they see the final plan.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, that's fair. That's it, I'm done.
Madam Chair, if I may, the only thing that I would say is if you want a pretty much finalized product in 2 weeks, please give me as succinct direction as you can today of what additional movements you want, so that I can,
Since I still have my.
do what you're asking me to do.
Well, what I want to try to avoid, and I don't know how my colleagues feel, what I want to try to avoid is to try to draw a map from the dais. We've had that problem in Tallahassee often. You remember you were there before I got there, then I had to do the same thing. In committee meetings, because everybody has their own, ideas of how a district should look like, because they know their districts, or how the city map should look like, or in that case, it was a state map. And then everybody starts saying, well, how about if we move this street from here to here and that avenue? That's going to be something that's going to drag on all day.
I'm looking at areas. If you give me concepts and
Well,
say,
I think.
like, for example, the Grove, do I cross, do I not?
Well, we're going to take a vote on that. One more thing, Madam Chair. I think Commissioner Carollo was very eloquent in highlighting that there are neighborhoods in Miami, Flagami, Shenandoah, Silver Bluff, Alapata, Little Havana, that are probably more cohesive than Coconut Grove. Because we did define how Coconut Grove had 4 different parts. I think it's 5, but let's say it's 4. Very distinct, very different parts. I was born and raised in Miami. I spent a lot of time in Coconut Grove. I know Coconut Grove very well. Commissioner Carollo has lived in Coconut Grove, so we understand Coconut Grove. You don't have to be, you can be Hispanic and still get a sense of what Coconut Grove looks like, right? But there are communities that are really, really cohesive communities in our city that have been divided for decades by redistricting. He mentioned some, there's a lot more. Even Alapata has been divided. Wynwood is divided in the current map. It goes on and on and on and on. Coconut Grove doesn't have a monopoly on being a community. There are other communities that have been divided, and just the way it is. So that's my only thought for today.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Russell?
Thank you, Chairwoman. I have 3 questions for Mr. DeGrande, please. The first one has to do with the deadline. Could you explain to the public, please, if we do not have an election this year in the city of Miami, and the main purpose of our redistricting is for our future elections and representation, what is the purpose, or what is the reason for the financial penalty for not getting our ducks in a row for this upcoming cycle that the county is experiencing? Why are we penalized for that?
What the supervisor has explained to me is that once they finish their redistricting process, they have an election in 2022. Your election is not till 2023. So they are going to redo all the precincts to now kind of configure into the new districts, and they're going to reissue all new voter cards to all voters in the entire county. And so what she's saying is she has to commence doing that by March. If we extend past March, there certainly isn't a legal impediment, there's a financial impediment, where the supervisor has informed me that if they then have to come back and redo all the precincts in the city of Miami and reissue all the voter cards, that's where the expense comes from. But there is no legal impediment to your exceeding the February deadline.
Thank you. Mr. DeGrande, the second question I have is, could you tell us in the current form of where the district lines are drawn, what is the demographic breakup in District 2 by race?
Demographic breakup of the proposed District 2?
No, the current District 2. You gave us the proposed District 2, and I have it here, 37% white, 8% black, 48% Hispanic. Do you know what we are currently, where the lines are now?
Currently, it is District 2, 52% Hispanic population, 8% non-Hispanic black, and 30% non-Hispanic white, 34% non-Hispanic white.
Got it. So the black population stays pretty close to the same in your draft versus?
What goes down actually is the Hispanic population in your district.
I see that. And my final question for you is, where do you see the population growth having happened most? Is there a population growth in the Grove that needs to be shed? I know we look at it as a district as a whole, but if the population growth is happening in downtown, happening in Brickell, happening in Edgewater, have we seen growth in the Grove?
How are we seeing growth?
In the population, the census from 10 years ago to what we're looking at now, we haven't changed the density of the Grove. There's been a couple new towers on Bayshore, but I would venture a guess that we have not seen a population increase in the Grove, as there hasn't been a change in the number of homes and units for the most part. Is that a fair assessment?
I would have to look at the data, but I would rely, you would probably know better than I do without looking at the data.
It seems that way to me, and so my hope is that we can look at shedding the population from the district where we've seen the most growth to create that equilibrium. I do believe that our goal here today is, number one, to find equilibrium within the city for fairness. Number two, to protect District 5, which is a majority-minority district, but only just. What I'm going to ask my fellow commissioners is to look a little deeper into my Grove, into some of these finer lines, the crosstabs, to see populations of need that may not have the same legal protections as a full minority-majority district, but I'd like to make the case for why they're seeking unity. Coconut Grove has a couple of very unique, District 2 has a couple of very unique characteristics when compared to the other districts. One is there's a lot going on here. This is the financial generator of the city. I don't know if I'm using the phrase correctly, Commissioner Reyes, but it's the vaca lechera of the city. And that means all commissioners, in some sense, have involvement in the interests of what happens in District 2, because negative repercussions in District 2 could affect the finances of the entire city. And it's well known as a donor district that as District 2's growth adds to our real estate values, it helps the whole city. It helps our parks, it helps our services. And so everyone has an interest, and you see that reflected in board chairmanships, and you don't see this in other districts as much, where all of us get involved in District 2. And I welcome that, because my hope is that it brings allies on this commission, that we are working together. And I certainly want to thank my residents for coming out today and, not just with emotion and passion for what they care about, but with statistics and process, and really seeking a good effort moving forward. And I'm hearing that from my commissioners, and I thank them. But as I've gotten to know my fellow commissioners over the last few years, I know that there is not an intention to break up the Grove. In fact, I would say that they've seen the advocacy and the activism of District 2 Coconut Grove residents, and they're not consciously inviting that into their districts or their offices or their email inbox. I have a person who is solely dedicated to the constituent services of Coconut Grove because the activism, advocacy, and involvement is so high. We have a lot of issues. And obviously there is a monolithic, like-minded interest in terms of tree preservation and historic preservation, and not only conservation, but climate change issues and storm surge and sea level rise. We have the 2 neighborhood conservation districts, which is something that was brought up by a few residents, which is very key. So what I'm gonna ask is for my fellow commissioners to work with me on charging Mr. DeGrande with some creativity here. That we stay within the letter of the law for the equilibriums that we need to meet, but that we do try to keep the unity of neighborhoods together. I don't consider myself the white commissioner. My mother came from Japan in the 1960s. And if there's one thing that is the other unique factor of my district, it's not that the common denominator is race. The common denominator of District 2 is diversity. And I love being a representative of that. The folks here did not come saying, keep the white grove white and keep the black grove black. They said, keep the grove the grove. And I thought that was beautiful. Long before politics, most of you know the core of my origin story, having fought a contaminated park in front of my house. What some might not know is once I learned that contamination came from the incinerators, like the one in the West Grove, Old Smoky, I actually went and joined the Old Smoky Steering Committee, a group of activists that were seeking a cancer cluster within the West Grove. And I helped knock door to door with my fellow neighbors. And there was no white, there was no black. This is really about advocating for a community. And when I ran for office, I learned the issues of the neighborhood. And in my first election, the precincts of the West Grove outnumbered the precincts in the rest of my district. They turned out greater than they had ever in the past, and greater than the other precincts in my district. And they voted for me. It wasn't to seek a commissioner of color, it was to seek a commissioner of advocacy. And so I've returned that responsibility with the last 6 years of trying to hold that community together. Now, while District 5 is a protected district, because it has such issues that affect it from race and poverty and so many things, I've constantly made the case that perhaps West Grove in District 2 could even have greater pressures of gentrification and displacement because it is so surrounded by the market rate wealth. And that has led me to use the strength of my position as a District 2 commissioner to advocate for a community within my district, very specifically. And I couldn't have done it without all of you. You all have stood with me from the creation of the West Grove CRA to zoning issues, to enforcement issues with code, and I really appreciate that. So my ask of you is going to be similar to that here today. The section of the West Grove, the triangle at Bird Road and north, even though it is a majority Hispanic, and so absorbing into a Hispanic district would not be a violation of their rights for sure, if it truly does have 497 African-American residents there, that is a significant portion of those who are currently in the West Grove. I'd venture almost 20% of the African-American population of the West Grove. And I know that they would be equally cared for by any commissioner on this district and represented well. I would like to try to maintain cohesiveness. And so my ask of my fellow commissioners today is to maintain US 1 as that boundary within the Grove. The NCD also, the second NCD also incorporates bringing together Bay Heights with the North Grove and the Center Grove and the South Grove as well. My goal, if we can reach the equilibrium within the legal limits of that disparity, I would like to see US 1 be the barrier up to Simpson Park. And so Simpson Park, which is at 15th, then it would cut into Miami Avenue and head north from there as a draft. The concern that has limited, and I heard Mr. DeGrande say that I have no options because of the limitations on District 5. Anything north of there I could not absorb in District 5 for diluting the African-American population of District 5. He's actually done something that's already potentially going to solve that problem. District 1 now has a dogleg going down the Miami River and touching downtown, which it did not have before. And you could continue that dogleg up so that any residents that needed to be shed from District 2 that are the west side of downtown could be absorbed into District 1. The west side of Brickell from Miami Avenue over could be absorbed into District 3. And whatever you can do heading north from there it looks like you've already done. But it seems to me that Miami Avenue could be that natural boundary going not only through Brickell, but all the way up until it naturally already doglegs at, I believe, Northwest 22nd Street, where it turns into Miami Avenue. You could just simply continue Miami Avenue down south, or even further if appropriate. But my goal is if that can be done, and equilibrium can become as close as possible, and even if there's slight disparity in District 2, my request would be that we try to maintain the Grove, which has its elected body of the Village Council, which has its 2 neighborhood conservation districts, which now has a West Grove CRA, that it does remain intact. And so that is my ask of my fellow commissioners to give Mr. DeGrande that charge today. Thank you.
You finished?
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And he was 3 minutes shy of 15 minutes.
I got 3 more minutes. Hold on, Commissioner.
No, I mean,
So, Commissioner.
you haven't reached Washington yet. I mean, you're going to be the king of filibuster. It wasn't.
We're going to break that filibuster because no, my goal. I'm not gone yet, and I'm in my last full year. But my goal is to leave my district and my city better than I found it in a way that holds legacy for the future. So,
It is that's the goal. Hold on a second. That's the goal of everybody that is sitting there.
I agree.
That's the goal of everybody that is sitting there.
Did he just confirm he will be running in the primary? You said his
I did not
last
say.
year.
I said I am serving in my last full year of my district, and that is the case
The
no
last.
matter what happens
Okay.
from here forward.
Okay,
So,
then you're
so
going to
that means you will be running in the
Of my
primary.
term.
Okay,
Commissioner Reyes,
thank you.
you're welcome.
Thank you. First of all, I do understand that every single neighborhood within the city of Miami consider itself special and unique. And we are all unique and special, okay? I think that the only one that remembers what Commissioner Carollo was relating to all of you, the reason that we have, and it was his initiative, I remember that we have districts now, it was because Reverend Dunn, who was the commissioner at the time, lost the election. And then everybody was going to be according to the trend, the ethnic trend of the city of Miami, unless districts were formed, everybody sitting here would have been Hispanic. Okay? Everybody sitting here. That's what they were formed. That's the odd shape that they have now. It was to make sure, and let's call spade a spade, to make sure that an Afro-American was going to be elected and that an Anglo, as it was called before, was going to be elected. And that was brought to the people, and the people voted. But every year, every 10 years, in order to protect those two seats, which I think that it is just that everybody has representation, there have to be changes. You see, I don't see this like I am going to take over Coconut Grove. I don't want it, you see. I don't want to take over any area. As a matter of fact, I feel rejected by Coconut Grovers that they don't want me to be the commissioner. You see, I'm hurt. But I could assure you, if I were to be your commissioner, I would represent that area with as much integrity, as much love and dedication as I am representing my district. And you can ask my residents, okay? But I want to ask Commissioner DeGrande, and I want you to be very honest, because we gave you your marching orders. And the most important question that we have is this the best you can do to protect the Afro-American seat? And I'm going to be blunt, and the Anglo seat, but more important, the Afro-American seat.
Commissioner, as I said before, if I go any further east, I'm going to dilute the African-American percentage.
Okay.
I can play around and trade back and forth between District 1 and District 5 and may be able to get a little more African-American population. But again, that starts disbalancing District 1.
But that is my main concern. Another question. When you were informing us of the number of voters, of residents, not voters, residents, correct me if I'm wrong. You stated that District 4 had a surplus. He has more residents.
You have 2.23 over the ideal population.
2.3 over the ideal population. Now, my question is this. Would it be possible? And let me tell you this, it is not that I'm doing this because I want everybody to feel that represented, and this is not I'm going to take over any neighborhood, because all my neighborhoods have been split. You forgot to name Golden Pine. Half of Golden Pine is mine, half of Golden Pine is his. But they are always represented. It doesn't mean because they change commissioners that they're going to lose the right to vote, or they're going to lose the right as citizens or residents. They're going to be represented by a City of Miami commissioner. But just let me tell you this. Let me ask you this. If the overpopulation that I have, okay, if we take from that overpopulation and we, as you have stated, District 4 will go until, up to Day Street, right?
District 4?
Will go
to Day Street.
Down
yes,
to Day
that's
Street.
That's correct. They have it.
If we bring District 4 up to US 1 and overpopulate District 2 in that area and see how can we come, if we can keep US 1 as, in that area, I'm not talking about past 27th Avenue. Okay? I am talking about that area, which is mine, ma'am, it is mine, my district. Okay? You see? Could you look into it? See, because
if you're looking, Commissioner, that area, 5,071 people is roughly 5 to 6% deviation. So if I were to take,
I'm not talking about Golden Pine. Bring it down to Golden Pine. You see?
in other
Golden
words,
Pine-
take part,
Take Golden Pine all the way to US 1. You know what I mean?
stop at US 1.
Yes.
If I stop at US 1, that triangle that has the north as US 1 and the south as Day Avenue, that triangle is 5,071 folks. That's about 5.6% deviation.
No, but I'm not talking about from 25th. Wait a minute. I'm not talking from 25th up down to US 1. I mean, you can add that to District 4. What I'm talking about is from US 1 to Date Street.
From US 1 today, in other words, this triangle right here.
So from US 1 to Date.
That
Okay?
triangle is-
See how can you work that out and see how we can do that, okay?
That triangle, just to give you rough numbers, is what, 5-something, almost 6%. Okay? Deviation. What that would do, you're now at 2.23. So if I take out 6, you're now under by 4.
I don't done.
Okay? But now District 2 is over by 6. That's your 10%, no more
Well,
change.
that's the only, what I was going to suggest. And it is what it is. And we should do what we have to do.
And that's-
I think that I have a commitment that it was made because I was an advocate for districts at the time, you see? And I was not an elected official, but Commissioner Joe Carollo can vouch that I always had my nose in the city of Miami, okay? And I was an advocate for districts, so everybody should be represented. And I just want to, if we can try to minimize as much as you can, I would really appreciate it.
I hear you, Commissioner, but again, if I may, for the entire commission, if you know the concept of the butterfly effect.
That's right.
Every change is affecting another change. So the example that I just gave you is, if I did that change alone, I couldn't do any other change that would exceed overall deviation because I'm right at the.
What I
legal
was
limit.
saying, and it is, you see, I am 2%, that's 6%?
2.23% over.
Over, okay.
So if I take 5,000 from you, that leaves you at 4 under. Okay? But that now brings that 6% back into D2 that had 0 deviation. So now you have 6 and 4. That's your overall deviation is 10. That means I can't make any other changes to the plan. So I can do that. My answer to all of you is, if you give me an example, I could tell you, yeah, it could be done and not be done. But again, why I'm asking for as much specific direction as possible is because if the chair has a change and Commissioner Carollo has a change, I need to understand all those in context.
What I want you to do is just analyze.
Yes, sir.
As much as you can. How can you play with the numbers and try to keep as much Coconut Grove as integrity as much. And, but always keeping in mind that we have a goal here. It is to assure the residents of the city of Miami that they are going to have representation in all of them. Yeah,
Understood.
the Anglos and the Afro-Americans, they're going to have somebody sitting here that's going to look like them.
Understood.
And I'm committed to that. Okay. And I think that that's it. I'm going to propose that if we're going to vote on something, let's start making the motions.
Actually, I haven't had an opportunity to
District
speak.
5 gets to talk.
I go last.
Oh, you're last. But you know, that is a trick because you talk whenever you want.
But I try not to do that. So
That's true.
for me, Mr. DeGrande, I am concerned, as you said, that District 5 is 51% African American, and that could shift so quickly within the next 2 years with all of the development that is proposed for District 5. You have shortened a portion of my district in the downtown area, and I would like that to remain.
Okay.
And I would like you to look at other opportunities to make sure that my community stays intact. So I think now would be appropriate to start looking at the schedules. We can start with the schedules. You said you need approximately 2 weeks
2
to
weeks,
put together,
depending on the number of changes to reconfigure.
to put together. So you're clear about my changes, correct?
Yes, and let me comment on that, though, if I may, Madam Chair, because again, as I said, the butterfly effect, I can certainly bring you back down to your original configuration, down to the river. If I do that, however, a portion that I had connected to give Commissioner Diaz-La Portilla 2,514 folks in that last part, which has 3 buildings, and it is overwhelmingly Hispanic, that I will have to put back into District 2.
Madam Chair, I'm thinking that the area he's talking about is not the area you're concerned about. I'm just reading your mind here. You're concerned about the southern part, the part that goes into downtown Miami.
Down to the MRC.
Right,
Yes.
to the MRC building, that area.
Yes.
I'm really, what he's doing is doing, the part that I really care about is north of that, where you have 4, I think it's 4 buildings that are 85 at least % Hispanic.
Yes.
So that won't dilute any of your representation there. So I think there's a balance there that we could be fine. I'll be amenable to finding that balance. I don't have a problem with that. Because it's not, it's proper categorical representation that you'll have in your district. I'll
That
have in
will
mine.
maintain,
Yeah, maintain that.
maintain the
Sure.
core
That
of
works
my
for me.
district that it has been.
I have no quarrel with that. I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Can I make one statement as a point of information? What Mr. DeGrande refers to, and he has to because by law, federal law, this is the only way that you could break up districts at the local level, at the state house level, or the congressional level by population. The reason that your district is still very safe, black, just like District 2 is very safe, Anglo, with a Japanese flavor now, is that is the overall population, but that is not the voting population. And whatever other voters are in those districts, a lot of them, as we know whom a lot of the new buyers are in condominiums, the people that have last moved here. They're not U.S. citizens yet. They haven't become U.S. citizens yet. This is why District 3, my district, even though it's got a certain population, the voter countdown is much lower than some of the other districts because it's got a lot of that population that are residents, but non-voters because they're not U.S. citizens to vote. And this is what we also need to keep in mind, the realities of it.
Absolutely.
Madam Chair,
So,
I just have a question to clarify what you had requested of Mr. DeGrande. If what you have asked him to do retains the southern part of your district, would that keep District 1 from touching District 2 anymore? Would that eliminate
Yes.
that connection?
That would.
As my ask of creativity was to take District 1 and allow it to wrap around a little bit. And if that's not possible, I would recommend District 3 go further north along the border of District 5, since you've already got that touching. So just whatever honors the chairwoman's request, but still allows us to find more population toward the north of my district versus the south.
so let's start. You said you needed 2 weeks, and I'm looking at the commission meetings calendar. Today is the 7th. Giving the remainder of this week and all of next week could you have the map to us by the 21st?
By the 24th?
Madam Chair, I'm out of town on the 21st.
No, that's just when
Oh,
he
oh, oh,
delivers
oh,
the
okay,
map.
okay.
It's just when he delivers the map.
Okay.
2-1.
2-1. To Monday.
Pardon? I know.
Monday.
I mean, it would, if you're gonna deliver it on Monday, it won't be ready on Monday, so I'm just. Yes, yes, by the 21st, okay. So if we can have the map by the 21st,
Well,
I'm
can you?
thinking,
Yeah, 22nd, so he's got a full 2 weeks.
So are you ready for a marathon week?
well, we.
23rd, 24th, and 25th.
Well, I have to, I want to bring up that, the 23rd, I won't be able to be here. Because I have, well, I have to be with my grandson that's going to go on the knife, one of the little kids.
That is important.
And,
24th, 25th, and the 1st.
that's right, 24th, 25th, and
March
the 23rd, I called mayor and I said at that special meeting that, please change it. I don't know if they have changed it, because it's a personal matter, and I will.
Okay, can you be here on the 23rd?
The 23rd, no.
What day can you be here?
After the 23rd, whenever you want me to.
After
About
which
the
one?
25th?
Huh?
After the 23rd?
Yes, after
So
the
the
23rd.
1st, the 1st. There will be
25th?
commission meeting 24th, special meeting on MFB
25th?
25th, and then March 1st is Monday.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, what special meeting we have on the 25th?
We have a Miami Freedom Park special meeting on the
On the
25th.
23rd.
Okay, that
No,
was
it's the
changed.
25th.
Oh, that's.
Yeah, that's the one that
Because it's not on my calendar.
They changed it.
It's the 25th.
Because he couldn't be here,
Well,
so he wants to be the 25th.
you know what?
I did ask.
I would put this meeting on the 25th. This is more important right now.
Oh, hell yes.
We could do both.
Yeah, well, we
No,
could-
it's
no,
going to take.
You don't
too
want to
long.
mix it.
You don't want to mix it.
Yeah, I think we should do the Freedom Park then the following week sometime.
Yes,
Yeah, and.
I agree with you.
And do this one on the 25th.
This is more important than I think.
The will of the body.
Yeah.
Question,
The,
Commissioner.
the one thing though that I'd like though, for information for all of us, is the clerk, I had asked him while we were speaking, if he could call the county and tell them pretty please if they could give us an extension. And he's got some information for us that I think is good, because it's buying us more time, so hopefully we could end up saving the money after all. Mr. Clerk, can you explain what you were told?
Yes, sir. Commissioners, we could receive an extension to March 10th. Now, the state legislature, they will be wrapping up their maps. They'll be completing their maps once the session ends on March 11th. Yes, sir.
The state legislature will not have their map ready till March 11th at the end of session.
Correct.
So by the time they process that, you're easily talking about the following week, probably the end of the following week was March 18th. So why would they need it on March 10th? Commissioner Carter, can you push a little bit harder? I mean,
You cannot guarantee a deadline after the legislative session ends. So we have a commission meeting on March 10th. The legislative session ends on March 11th. It could wrap up at any point in time after that. And so the county can't deal with just hypotheticals. We know there is an end date, at least for the legislative session. We have a commission meeting on March 10th. So we just run the risk after March 10th of potentially incurring those costs.
But the odds are that there'll probably be a lawsuit on that particular redistricting plan too. And they have elections this year. This is the absurdity of the Miami-Dade County Election Department. Their elections are in August of this year. Okay, and they're saying we wait for the legislature, and it's probably going to be a lawsuit. There always is on what happens up there. So there'll be a delay in that too. They're probably going to get the final maps from Tallahassee probably in some point in June. Okay, so this artificial. So I'm confident that whatever you want to impose, the will of the body, I'm confident that that March 10th deadline can be easily extended as we move forward. But for now, I'm pretty confident with that.
Okay, so let's see. The first deadline we have is the February 22nd delivery of the map.
Yes.
We agree on that?
Yes.
Okay, that's the
And-
first one.
And
Delivery
by
of the
delivery,
map
you mean get it
to
to you?
us, to us.
Yeah.
So then we need to set another special meeting.
February 25th.
February 20.
Is that the will of the body?
Yes.
This was my
February
question.
25th.
We'll do a motion, right?
This was my
Right,
question.
right. Just getting an idea.
Since we had
Commissioner
such an in-depth look at the process, the reasoning, and everything in this meeting, do we believe that we must have a special meeting to get the second round, or could we incorporate it into our commission meeting as a?
I think we should have a special meeting because
Fair
we've been at this for several hours and I wouldn't want to drag it's more specialized, it's a direct subject, and I wouldn't want to rush it because our commission meeting is dragging. So I'm in agreement with a special meeting if that is the will of the body.
Yes.
I'll make that motion.
Absolutely.
Okay, wait a minute, don't make motion yet.
Okay.
So February 25th, special meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then 2 weeks after our special meeting, we have to take it to our communities, correct?
Correct.
So 2 weeks after the 25th of February would be,
Actually, we could take it before that. If we know now that
Schedule that.
on the 25th, we're going to give a final
but that
look
only
at
gives
this.
us 3 days from the time that.
No, we could start advertising it now, is what I'm
No,
saying.
no, we can start, right, we can
Yeah.
start
I could
advertising
do my
it.
community meeting on February 23rd, and we have the maps by the 22nd, right? The next day I could have my community meeting. I could advertise it now. Do we have?
No, and that's the point, so that we have time to advertise it between now and receipt of the map. If it's the will of the body, that's fine with me.
Well, we may not be able to because we have to have the actual map and then
Right,
advertise that actual
exactly.
map.
That's right.
So everyone can
So
see the
that's
actual
why
map.
I'm saying 2 weeks
Yes,
after
yes.
the delivery of the map.
Madam Chair, a
Mm-hmm.
question. It's, when we advertise it is every commission, or every commissioner is going to present it at a given date, or there's going to be a date that everybody is presenting?
Well,
I
for me,
think that-
I'm
I
thinking
think
that
that has
each
to
of
be
you decide how you
individual.
want to present
Yeah,
it
of
to
course.
your
Everybody has their own
communities.
schedule.
Each of you
Individual.
decide
Yeah.
when and
Individual.
how.
Okay.
Yes, individually.
We have a 2-week window to do our,
Right, you're gonna
our
have a
community
2-week
meeting. We pick the
window.
date.
So the advertising, the meeting advertising should come out the commissioner's office.
Right, correct.
Okay.
Each of our offices will advertise our community meetings. And you can start advertising the community meetings from today.
Yeah.
Because we're setting the deadlines for today. So we have delivery of the map on the 22nd. We're going to have a special meeting on the 25th.
Time, Commissioner? Time?
Oh, I'll get to the
Okay.
time in a minute. All right. So then we're going to have the time. Do we need the special meeting before we take the maps to our communities or after? I think it would be prudent to have the special meeting after we go to the community.
Well, yes, but I think we need one to be fully satisfied with what we have.
Well, okay. Agreed, everyone? All right, so special
But
meeting on the
that
25th.
will be then what
Okay.
will finally go before the community.
Okay, so 2 weeks after the 25th takes us into 1 week, 2 weeks. So let's say March 15th? It's either March 13th or March 15th. Which one?
What day is March 15th?
March 15th is a Wednesday.
Works.
And it's
No,
a non-commission
March
meeting.
15th.
No, it's
It's a
Tuesday.
Tuesday, I'm sorry, and
Tuesday.
it's a non-commission meeting week.
That's for us to meet in the final,
Mm-hmm.
same? What are we doing on Monday, the 14th?
Monday, the 14th?
Yeah.
Why don't we do it the same week we have the commission meeting the following week? We have time.
When do we have the commission meeting that?
On the 24th.
We can do it on the
21st.
14th, or if not,
I think we should do it the week of the 13th, any day that week, the week of the 13th.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that Monday,
Monday, the morning of the
13th, yeah.
14th, March
Monday, the
14th.
14th.
14th, yeah, okay, March. They want to do it all in one motion?
Yes.
Yes.
So we have to decide on the time of the special
And
meeting?
then between the 26th to
The
the
14th.
11th or the 10th, we go to our
Yes.
individual communities?
Yes.
You want to cut it up from the 10th Thursday, or you want to go until 11th Friday?
11th Friday, in this case.
Okay,
Same thing, because I think no one's going to have it on a Friday anyway.
okay.
Okay, I can do that for you. Okay. City clerk has given me some direction, so we'll do 3 resolutions so we can specify what each special meeting is for.
Right.
So may I have a motion?
Just a
For
moment.
the special February 25th commission meeting.
Well, no, it's the delivery of the map.
For a motion to deliver the maps on February 22nd to this commission by 5 PM, close
Do I
of
have a
business.
second?
Second.
Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion for a February 25th special commission meeting.
At 10 AM?
At 10 AM.
I'll second that.
Any discussion?
And Chair, the specific purpose for that special meeting, what's going to occur?
The purpose of that special meeting is to accept the redistricting map as provided from Medel de Grande.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
no,
can
we
we make
can't. There
it
could be
similar?
a-
I'm sorry, I apologize.
sorry.
I was just going to say, how about if we say, for the purpose of considering and taking any and all actions related to the redistricting of city commission districts, including but not limited to the drafting of any related maps and boundaries?
Yes, because we can't change our
Right.
minds.
Well,
that day.
we should have gone to you in the first place to
Yeah,
give
of
us
course.
the title, Todd, what he said.
Yeah.
And for the special meeting on,
And I'm sorry, you had a motion and a second, if we could just take a vote on that?
Yes.
On that motion.
Motion and second.
Yes.
all in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Madam Chair, for the 14th, I'm currently scheduled to be out of town.
Okay. When will you return?
That's a family trip. Let me see if I can reschedule. Looks like I would be back that weekend, so I'm available all the following week, from the 21st on.
Will you be here on the 11th?
Looks like that's when I may be,
Huh?
yes, I will be here on the 11th.
Well, why don't we then cut off until the 9th of March for their community meetings and then hold the meeting on the 11th?
I'm available then.
Okay, so we have to rescind the motion that we would have the,
Well, we didn't.
No, no, no,
we-
no,
We didn't
we
make a
never passed
motion
it.
for
No,
that.
no, you're
so
right.
You
No,
can
we
do
didn't.
that whenever you want. You can meet with the communities, your
Yeah,
communities
yeah,
whenever you
yeah,
want.
Yeah,
So,
so,
well, we want to have the meeting then March 11th.
Yes.
the
So,
meeting will be, yeah, for March 11th.
Mr. Attorney, could you give us the language for the special meeting to take place on March 11th?
The special meeting would also be for the purpose of considering and taking any and all actions related to the redistricting of city commission districts, including but not limited to the drafting of any related maps and boundaries.
Same.
May I
same
have a
title.
motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
At 10 a.m.?
10 a.m.
10 a.m. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
If I may, Madam Chair, so I could be clear, on the 25th, are we also at 10 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay, 10 a.m. the 25th and 10 a.m. on March 11th. Now, Madam Chair, if I understand correctly, on the 25th, I will simply present to you the revised plan?
On the 22nd.
No, on the 22nd, I will deliver it.
Okay.
On the 25th, I will present it.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay. And then from there, you all go to your districts?
Yeah.
And on March 11th, we come back for final passage?
Yes.
Correct.
No, for consideration, as he titled it.
Right, any and all actions, which
Yeah.
includes
Right.
final passage?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
Got it.
Since we're in this, if we could be guided by the city attorney and the city clerk on the best way so that we could start now in advertising that we're going to have a community meeting within our districts. If they could give us some guidance on that.
And typically, the main consideration is adequate notice. I believe that all you have to do is coordinate with the city clerk, and the city clerk will publish the notice for it. We We try to do 7 days in advance. We'll schedule it as a sunshine meeting, and that's all we'll have to do.
Well, we're going to do it, I think, separately in our districts, what we
Right.
said.
Right, so each meeting would be noticed that District 3 meeting to discuss the redistricting plan. And we'll
Yeah.
publish that on the internet as well as post it.
Mr. Clerk, can we begin working that with you so that all of us by this week will have you the information and you could go at the latest Friday or Monday and start advertising them after we decide the time, the location, and the date?
Yes, sir.
Is that okay?
That's
with the body?
perfect.
Okay. We don't need a vote on that. I think you're,
Okay, so
all right?
I believe this will conclude our,
No, I believe we have a motion on the Coconut Grove question that we had discussed earlier.
okay.
I'd like to make the motion.
Please, Commissioner Russell.
My motion would be to direct Mr. DeGrande to make absolute best efforts to utilize US 1 as the boundary in Coconut Grove. And Miami Avenue, the boundary further north of 15th, where possible. If absolutely necessary, Miami Avenue can come further south as you need to grab folks out of District 2, but that we make all efforts to maintain the integrity of Coconut Grove as part of District 2.
Okay, well,
Do I have a motion for that?
That's my motion.
Do I have a second?
I'd like to hear discussion then for what the potential pushback is, because it's.
well, there's no second. The motion dies for
Right,
lack of
so
a second.
I'd just like to discuss.
Hold on. Todd, if there's no second, do we have a discussion?
It's the will of the body. The motion fails for lack of a second. It's the will of the body to decide what direction they want to go next.
I'm just seeking guidance, Chairwoman, on if I've worded it in a way, if there's a part of my motion that is causing discomfort, that we can address that, and then I can adjust the motion.
I don't think your colleagues are. I think I gave Mr. DeGrande some direction as well. I think he can take your direction and try to, as best he can, incorporate it into drawing the map. I don't think we need to do a motion on it. Mr. DeGrande?
I would like to have direction, because quite frankly, if I am to take out all the things that I crossed over US 1 on, I do have to make some significant changes in other districts. So I need some clear direction.
There's a reality here. You can't go north because we have a protected district, which is District 5. Okay, I-95 is a clear boundary, so we have a district that includes District 5 and District 2, east of I-95. The only place we can go, we can't go west because the city ends, so we have to go south. There's no other place to go. The growth is south.
Okay.
So
Commissioner-
my motion, if we allow me, my motion would be to do whatever he's proposing, including splitting Coconut Grove, to make sure that we have proportional representation, one man, one vote in the city of Miami.
Hold on. All right. Wait. Hold on.
Well, I know he knows that, but if he wants direction.
Hold on.
Because I think this is a confusion. If I may, let me just give you my thoughts on that.
Let me check with Todd. Are we still on the previous motion from Commissioner Russell?
That motion died for lack of a second.
That motion died.
Right.
Okay, so now we have Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla's motion,
Right,
which
and-
is,
the reason, let me just say the reason first. The reason is that he already has a map. He made it very clear that he wants direction from this commission. If all of a sudden he goes away today and he has direction or an opinion from one commissioner and not the will of the body, then it creates all kinds of problems moving forward. So to make it clear what the will of the commission is, that's why there needs to be a motion. You're requesting a motion and an approval of that motion so that we are, in essence, endorsing your parts of your initial map to be able to go south, because it's the only place, the only reason you want south, my understanding is because that's the only place you can go, right?
Well, Commissioner Russell is right, but it's a policy decision. I can go east on District 3 into downtown. It's a policy decision whether you want that movement. I didn't do it because the demographics were dissimilar, but that's all policy decisions for you all to make.
But you want east in District 5.
As far as I could
To
go.
add population as far as you can go without diluting minority voting power in that particular, in District 5.
I couldn't go further.
So what my motion and how we want to phrase it, maybe you can help me, Mr. Weinstein, or is to, in essence, allow you to move forward with your this initial concept of moving south, including dividing Coconut Grove along natural boundaries if you want. It could be all the way to South Bayshore Drive. Everyone's so concerned about natural boundaries or artificial boundaries as US 1. Well, South Bayshore Drive is also an artificial boundary, right? So you go as further south as to balance the populations to be able to get adequate representation for every particular district. The reality is that we have a district has 27,000 plus more people in it, and that's where it has to come from. And there are other, as Commissioner Carollo expressed and Commissioner Reyes followed up, and I did too, there are many communities in the city of Miami that are split. Many. There's probably, I went back to my office, and I left out about 3 or 4, so there's probably about 12 cohesive communities in the city of Miami that have been split, including parts of Liberty City, parts of Wynwood, parts of Alapata, Silver Bluff, you mentioned Golden Pines, it goes on, and Alapata goes on and on and on. So this is not a unique affront to Coconut Grove or anything like that. It's happened before for decades here. So, you know, the reality is that you want to consider yourselves a particular community. You're really 4 communities in one. There is more cohesion in Flagami and in Little Havana in terms of demographics, in terms of income, in terms of communities of interest than there is in Coconut Grove. And the other fact of the matter is that in Coconut Grove, I forget the exact numbers, but it's 493 African Americans, that triangle you talked about, almost 2,500 Hispanics and 1,900 whites. So, you know, those are the numbers. And what Mr. DeGrande is working on is on one thing only, not politics. He's working on numbers. He's got to find representation for 8,000 in one, 7,000 in another, and you're 27 overpopulated. Not you, District 2. It's not about you. It's about District 2. So, and we shouldn't refer to it as my district or, you know, I did it a couple of times, so I'm at fault too. It's about representation, whoever's here, that reflect the population of the city of Miami. The fact of the matter is that we have to go south. So I want to make it clear, however you phrase that motion, that this commission has no objection to going south and to your initial plan in concept, maybe not in detail, but in concept of moving south. That will be the motion.
So what, Mr. Attorney, can you phrase that motion for us?
Yeah, and I would also double check with Mr. DeGrande, because it seems to me like the direction he's getting is that he went in the correct direction, and to keep proceeding in that direction with the plan that he has already submitted, save for the tweak for District 5 in the downtown area. But essentially to keep the plan consistent with how it was drafted. Is that enough?
As I understood your motion, it is to not hold the US 1 line to the extent that I need to take population to equalize.
Move south, young man.
To the extent that I need to make the population.
Yes, sir, to balance it out. That's my motion.
Madam Chair.
Wait, hold on a second. There's a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
I'm going to add something to it and see if I can second it on that. What I'm going to add, instead of explicitly saying or naming any neighborhood, to do as necessary, to go as far as necessary as required in order to, to maintain the integrity of the districts and making sure that everybody is represented. All the districts are going to be able to elect, you see, representatives that are from the districts that be it Anglo and
yes, sir.
So,
okay.
Having said that, I don't believe we need a motion because that is what your charge is already. Is that not correct?
That is, but whether to cross US 1 is a policy decision, as Commissioner Russell rightly stated, I could go into downtown into District 3. The question is, from a policy perspective, do you want that, or do you want me to go south on US 1 into the road?
Hold
so
on.
my motion, to be clear, the core of my motion is to go south.
Okay.
That's the core of my motion.
Okay.
Everything else, you know, he'll come up with a map and we'll debate it.
Commissioner Russell?
Thank you, because I may stand
Do
corrected.
we have a second? Do we have a second, though?
You did, Manolo.
Yeah, I have a second.
I may stand corrected then, because what I earlier stated was that I don't believe there is an intention from this commission to break up the Grove, that it's only if absolutely necessary. And I think there is I hope that there is an effort to keep neighborhoods together where possible. And that would be my friendly amendment, because if absolutely necessary, we have to do what we have to do. But I do believe Mr. DeGrande can equalize and meet the legal standards and still keep the Grove together. There's another factor I'd like to mention, because I can tell that you are also drawing these lines based on future assumptions of growth. The RTZ in both Douglas Station and Grove Station is going to add tremendous population to District 4, and possibly District 3, depending on where the lines are, but most likely District 4. And those have not come online yet. They haven't hit that TCOs yet, but the Grove Link, I think it's called, in Douglas Station, and then the Terra project in Grove Station. This is going to add tremendous growth to District 4. So I would like to see that, if possible, we do give direction to hold the community together. If not possible, then we can talk. But if there is an intention to break up the Grove, that feels like the message we're giving him. We're sending him south to break up the Grove, where there are options that I'm very comfortable with in the West Brickell and West Downtown areas that does not disturb District 5, where they could be absorbed into 3 or 1.
Okay, hold on one second. I do not believe that there is any intention to break up any
Absolutely not.
community.
Correct.
There's no intention to break up any community. So the direction is, can you read Mr. City Attorney, can you read us the resolution title again?
Yeah, as I got it, it's the consultant will consider moving south into District 2 while will consider moving south into District 2.
That's correct.
That's an intention.
That's consider. And can you add Commissioner Russell's friendly amendment?
Well, it's not friendly.
It's not, well,
Well, no,
hold on. Okay, can you just read?
Well, it's not friendly because it muddies the waters.
Hold on.
I think we need to be clear.
Okay, but hold on. Let him just read it so I
Okay.
can hear it. What was his amendment?
I think it was similar to D4's, which is while attempting to maintain the integrity of the district.
Wow, attempting to maintain the integrity of the district.
I don't accept that amendment because by including that amendment, it's going to bring us to another round of discussions.
Correct.
And possible challenges based on that amendment.
Yes.
So from the legal perspective and point of view, I think that amendment would be harmful to this process and to the city. So I don't accept it.
And it's not a friendly amendment. I think that we were very clear in what we want to do. And I think Mr. DeGrande needs direction in what we want to do. And I think that's why we need a motion.
Okay, so again,
Vote.
I have a motion and I have a second. Can you read me the motion again? So we're all clear.
Right, it's directing the consultant to, as I said, consider going south into District 2 to attain voter consistency.
And balance of population.
To attain, yeah, and to balance.
And balance the population.
Because again, I want to be clear so that so that I understand, you understand, there's no surprises. If I make some of the changes that you all are talking about, for example, in that part of the river, I've got to give 2,500 folks back to District 2. I got to take them out of somewhere.
Right.
So there is a possibility I might actually, narrow what I'm going to take.
Sorry,
of
District
Grove.
5, you give the river folks back to District...
Excuse me?
You give the river folks back to District 5, correct? You said 2.
Yes, no, because the District 5 ended at Northwest 1st Street in that area.
Yes.
I brought it down to North Miami.
First Avenue,
Yeah, so I moved it one avenue. The block immediately touching the river on that section that I brought down has 2,500 people. So if I'm going to keep the MRC in District 2, I could keep the MRC, I could keep the FPL site across from it. It has no population, doesn't have an impact on my plan, but the effect is to now disconnect those 2,500 people that I was going to give to D1. So I've got to give them back to D2, or I've got to give them
To District
to
5.
D3.
District 5.
To District 5 is who you're going to give it to.
No, you're
I
going to
was
just
going
leave
to
it.
give it to District, it was never District 5.
But it is now, but it is now. 'cause you
It
give
was District 2's.
But it could
In
be-
my proposed plan, it went to District 1.
And now we're giving it to District 5.
No, District 5 wants to come down to get the MRC.
Right.
Well,
I
it-
could do that without those 2,500 people.
Oh, correct.
But then I need to move those 2,500 people
Correct.
into
Question.
either D2
Correct, yes.
or cross the river
Question.
down into D3.
Question.
Those
Question.
are my two choices.
I have a question. If you go down and you give those additional voters to District 5, how is that going to affect the composition, the racial composition of it? And that is what I am concerned about.
What that will do is, right now, District 1 is a 0.35% deviation, less than 1%. So if I take out those 2,500 people,
Well, IT.
that's about 3%, 2.8%.
Excuse me, Miguel.
Yes.
Can the IT department take the
Hold on.
feed off of my
Wait,
computer and put it up?
we're going too far into the weeds.
Yes.
The motion, as I understand it, is to not tie your hands.
Right, but
Okay, so.
Commissioner Reyes
okay,
wanted an explanation.
Right, so, you're going a little,
Go any place?
If,
right,
Well,
so,
Do I finish the
Madam Chair, I
explanation?
think on that point, it's clear. That little triangle that takes it down to Miami, to the Miami River, those 2,900 people go to District 1. The other side of North Miami goes to District 5, right? Where the MRC is and all that, right?
Right, the
On
MRC.
your map, yes.
Goes into
That's
5.
exactly what he drew.
Those 2,500 can either go into District 2, back to District 2.
Right.
Or cross the river to District 3.
Right.
Now, just if I may just finish this one thought, Madam Chair, because I think it's important for then everybody to understand how one thing,
Impacts the other.
affects another. If I take those 2,514 people and put them into District 2, that ups its deviation from 0 to close to 3%. He's at 3.5, so taking it out from his will put him at 2.5. So now my deviation is no longer, because I have different highs and lows, no longer 3.8. My deviation now is 5 and change.
Right. Can we call the question, Madam Chair?
right, let's
Please.
call a question.
And Chair, just again for clarification, the motion is directing the consultant to consider moving south beyond US 1 to maintain balance of population.
Yes.
Is there
that's-
any else,
That's a
anything
motion.
else?
There was a motion and a second.
Yes, it was moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm a no.
Hold on, let me do by person.
Roll call vote.
Roll call. All in favor?
Aye.
Give me
Wait.
1 second.
They're blocking you.
Roll call on the motion, directing the consultant to consider moving south beyond US 1 to maintain balance of population. Commissioner Russell,
No.
Commissioner Carroyo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reyes,
Yes.
Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla.
Yes.
Commissioner Chair King.
Yes.
The motion passes 4-1.
And this will conclude
No,
this, no? We have more?
No, I think we need to give Mr. DeGrande a few more areas of clear directions, and let me go into them. Mr. DeGrande, I wanted to leave here today where you have a pretty clear consensus of where you're heading. So that
Appreciate
you don't
that.
have any doubts. At the same time, Mr. Clerk, when are the elections again for District 3?
For District 3
Yeah, my district,
would be 2025.
okay? And can I run again?
No, sir, you would be termed out.
Okay, I'm term limited, so I'm not trying to cut districts in any way to benefit me or anything like that. What I am trying to do is, number one, as I stated, were my goals from day one in the year 2000, when I put all my political whereabouts to get a referendum passed for districts so that we could have African-American representation first and foremost, and then into the future, be able to have guaranteed Anglo representation and to have 3 districts that were Hispanic. These are my intentions here today. I have no doubt that the way that we're breaking District 5 is going to be an African-American representation. Any way we cut District 2, the same would happen, because when you look at the voting population, they'll be very high to be able to accomplish that. My concern now is just the opposite of back in 2000. My concern is that if we dilute some of these districts, or one district or another, in particular District 3 and possibly District 1, because District 4 is the most Hispanic by far of any of these 3 districts, that we're risking into the future ending up with 2 districts of Hispanics. So you might have a population that is very plus majority Hispanic, but because the voting power is not there, you end up differently. And this is why I'm going this way. And let's begin in the Grove so we could finish that, and then I'll jump into the rest of the districts. The North Grove, as the gentleman explained to me in his mind, is from 27th Avenue to just past, the North Grove is from 27th Avenue to just past, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, thank you. Just past, beginning at 27th Avenue is the North Grove, all the way to where the road that divides past 17th Avenue, the enclave that we have here next to the museums. These areas are the North Grove. You had suggested that you would come from US 1 all the way from Day Avenue across to 27th Avenue and go up to US 1, where you have pretty close to a triangle to go to District 4. That would take, out of the 5,071 residents, that would take 497 black residents out of the traditional West Grove area. I guess you've got a couple of streets and their sliver. I would suggest that to try to keep Grove neighborhoods that are more cohesive together, is instead of giving that to District 4, you go down 27th, South Bay Shore Drive, 22nd Avenue, US 1, and you take that area of the North Grove. This way, you're dealing with only the North Grove instead of that other triangle. If for any reason, I don't know what the numbers are, you still need a little bit more population than what you have there, then use Bird Road as your boundary line Bird from 27th to US 1 to, I guess it goes to 32nd, more or less. Or 30, yeah. And you like Home Depots, right? You got another one. So I would suggest that you try that, and this way, there's no question whatsoever that the West Grove, the Black Grove, would not be affected in any way in any of the changes. And well, what I am saying, Commissioner, is that we begin with 27th Avenue to 22nd Avenue, US 1 to South Bayshore Drive, so you could bring in the North Grove, yeah. And if you need any additional numbers, which I don't know what they'll be, because the triangle that he's pointed out now seems to be bigger. Then you go down across, but Bird Avenue should be the dividing line from 27th to US 1. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm glad you're happy with that, because I'm not so sure you might be as happy with the next one, but remember my words, you have the most Hispanic, and I'll even go and use the word that's a no-no. Besides the most Hispanic, you have the most Cuban district.
It is.
Out of the three, because you have a lot of people with roots. Your district is, for the most part, single-family homes, people that have bought their homes, that have lived there.
Been settled
for years and years.
For many years.
Whereas in Commissioner Diaz-Lepertia's district, in my district, we have a lot of old units that you have people that move out. I wonder sometimes if it's every month, by the sofas that I see out in the streets.
And also, I want to add that in my district, we have a lot of people that are voters, that have been voters for many years.
That's correct.
And you don't have that.
What I was saying before.
You see, and also Mr. Diaz-La Portilla, and one thing that the Granby has to take into consideration is the number of voters. What's the percentage of people that vote there?
Yeah.
You see?
So,
and
gentlemen, if I may.
I'm sorry, I'm part of the public now.
Yes,
In the changes that Mr. DeGrande made, you've gotten a huge Hispanic area on the other side of US 1.
Correct.
With a 10-acre park, Douglas Road Park. It's a 10-acre park, a very nice park. Well, he's put that already, but see, where I'm going at is that you're getting all the sirloin, but none of the bone. And there has to be a balance into the future so that District 3, which I can run again, so it's not me, and District 1 can keep the same type of last names, faces that they have, and that we don't end up with diluting artificially Hispanic population in the city of Miami. So what I'm proposing, Mr. DeGrande, is I think we're okay, and the commission is blessed what I mentioned in the Grove part, and I think most people will be happy on that change if we had to go into the Grove. This area here is a natural for the commissioner to have, and by the way, I never heard from 2000 until today anybody from the Grove objecting that this area is being taken away from a natural area next door. And the District 2 wanting to, across US 1, to balance it. But that's besides the point now. This whole area here, which is very rich area of voters that own their own homes, like the rest of Commissioner Reyes' district. Hispanic, 10-acre park, a lot of movies you're going to have to do. But he's only going to get a slight sliver here in this part of the Grove of areas that are not as Hispanic, like the rest of his district. Now, going up this way, I believe you had given me to square off on 27th Avenue, this piece here from Commissioner Diaz-Portillas.
It is right here. We'll go,
Yeah, but, right, but I'm top here. The sliver that you gave me from Commissioner Diaz-Portillas' district is from 27th Avenue to 22nd, the Miami River, to Northwest 7th Street.
That's correct.
Yeah, you should lead that in Commissioner Diaz-Portillas' district. I think you gave him these two slivers to go in a straight line. Yeah.
Why can't we stay on
I would, you know, where it would make sense, bring it straight to this other one here. And then the bottom part of this, or the top part, both, depending how it pans out, together with this piece, you give to District 3. And well, yeah, but see, that's the whole thing. You're getting more than 2 squares here in prime Hispanic area, and you're diluting.
Now you're getting into my district. I know it. I know that sooner or later you're going to jump in. I know it.
But Commissioner, I'm looking into the future.
And I'm looking into the future.
Gentlemen.
Your election.
Hello.
Not the future of the others. I'm term limited. I don't run again.
Well, let's wait.
Wait, gentlemen, if I may.
I mean, I know that you have a scalpel.
Okay. Listen, if I may.
Well, this
I
is
think,
exactly what you done.
Commissioner, we have addressed this. We have addressed this, and Mr. DeGrande has his clear instructions, and he will be coming back to us individually.
Mr. DeGrande, but I want to be clear in instructions, Commissioner. And we have to be clear, because look, I don't care on what District 3 could have, what District 1, what District 4. What I care is that in the future, there are sufficient Hispanic votes there to elect a Hispanic. And a Hispanic is not going to be a lapdog for anybody from those districts. And the only way that you could find that balance is within these 3 districts. Now, District 4 got a huge chunk of rich Hispanic voters, not just in population, but voters, because these are people that own homes. To balance for the future these other 2 districts, there has to be a balance. What I saw that Mr. DeGrande did, he went into Commissioner Diaz-Portillas' district, and he got this small chunk here for District 3, and then he only went a couple of blocks from 9th Street, and purposely it was cut off even before you get to this park, so that this park could stay still in District 4. Now, I would have understood it more if he would have gone deeper, but then deeper you're getting into more into the Shenandoah area that I know that Commissioner Reyes has worked. He prefers it for the park. This is why I'm talking about going here. There are no parks to be messed with, even though they're small here, so that this district, whoever the commissioner is 4 years from now, and into the future in D1, you have sufficient Hispanic voters in that district, because the one district that is in most danger into the future of losing a Hispanic representative is District 3, because while the numbers in population are extremely high in Hispanic, the number of voters are not that high, because you have a lot of illegal immigrants, you have a lot of new residents that live there and don't vote. So all that I'm trying to do is balance this out for the future. I'm not running again, so it doesn't matter to me. And the only way that it could be done is within this district. Commissioner Reyes' district is still going to be highly, highly Hispanic. That there's not going to be any problem for him or any other Hispanic after him to get elected there. Even with those cuts. Right now, the performance for Hispanic votes is way above what District 3 is or what District 1 is. And this is why I'm making these observations.
Okay.
May I make a suggestion?
Observation well taken.
Who said that?
Observations well taken.
have them on the record.
May I make a suggestion before?
Observations well taken. I was suspected that I knew it.
I think
But I think that we have to wait until the experts comes in, and I mean, I can give you another part of my district. You see, that I can give you civil philosophy.
I agree with Commissioner Reyes
You see,
that,
what I think is that we are just turning everything around, going against what he has proposed, and I don't mind working out and in a way that we can make it as Hispanic as you can, because it is Hispanic right now. It's quite Hispanic. What
Madam
yeah,
Chair.
Commissioner,
your part on that area, it is quite Hispanic.
Commissioner, Mr. DeGrande
May I make a
wants to say
suggestion? Because as I understood what you were discussing, if I were to give Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla back his portion, give the portion that I gave to Diaz de la Portilla from 4 into Carollo, we're talking now about another 7 or 8 blocks difference from what Commissioner Carollo is saying, because I'm already going to give him what I gave Diaz de la Portilla. So we're talking about.
Well, let's do one thing.
Sure.
Let's do one thing. But one thing that I hate, it is that always, you see, he comes around and he wants to cut it his way. You see, that is not the way it works.
What do you mean my way?
Okay.
I was very upfront.
No, wait a minute.
You have a take.
Wait. We're not going to get into that. You have clear instructions.
That's right.
On what needs to be done. I think Commissioner Russell would like to say something, then I will recognize.
What happened to your order?
Well, because he had his hand up a while, and this started
Well,
with going across US 1. So let's have Commissioner
Okay,
Russell,
fair
then
enough.
Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla, and then we have to come to a consensus and end this meeting, because we could be here until tomorrow going this.
But if you let me, I think we're done.
Okay, but
we're done.
let me let Commissioner Russell be
Okay.
heard. Commissioner Russell?
Thank you. I just have a final question for Mr. DeGrande that can give my residents some potential preview of what we're looking at. The motion that passed was to consider moving south. Do you believe that you could equalize the districts within the legal amount of deviation without disturbing the boundaries of Coconut Grove?
Yes.
Thank you.
Only if I go from Mr. Carollo's district into downtown. That's the only way I could do it.
It's possible, then. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
That's a policy issue for you all to make.
But it's already been, Mr. DeGrande, that policy decision has already been made by this commission.
Okay.
So you understand what the policy decision that this commission made. It has been made on a motion, absolutely. It's been made already, passed 4-1. So it's already been made. It's already passed. So I think the best thing to do to avoid any further debate is that we end the meeting, and he already knows what he needs to do. He knows he has his dates.
I do need one question from him.
And
If I could, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. DeGrande, in the small area from 9th Street down, in the small area from 9th Street down that you brought me down, I think it was to 11th Street, just below this park, so that it would not fall into District 3. What is the population of this small area here?
Did you lose
And then,
Cody?
what was the population of Diaz de la Portilla's area on top that you gave to me?
Chair.
Microphone.
The movement that we made from District 4 to District 1 had 2,500.
No, hold on, from District 4 to District 3.
Right. I'm just telling you, since you also asked for that one, that's from 4. And then from
Hold
1
on.
to 3. Is that what
No, yeah, and the one from 3, those two.
The 1 to 3 was 2897.
The 1 to 3 was what?
2897.
2897.
Right.
Which voters, okay,
Okay,
it's
so
less.
the one from 4 to 1, and that's why I was saying.
No, he wants
From
4,
four
he
to
wants
three.
4 to 3. He wants 4 to 3.
Yeah, but that's, if I could take a second, that's why I'm saying that Commissioner Reyes, Commissioner Carollo, you're really off by about 7 or 8 streets. Once I give Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla back his area and give the area I gave to Diaz de la Portilla into Carollo, you're almost there. Let me now answer your question.
Mr. Grandi, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, that's not what Commissioner Carroll is asking. He wants to see if the number it comes close to 2897 from 4 to 3. Right?
From
Commissioner Carroll?
4 to 3.
Yes.
That is 4,232.
How much?
4,232.
And how about if I may, as a follow-up to that same question, what happens in the area you give between 32nd and 37th going to US 1 to Commissioner Reyes, that now belongs to Commissioner 2, the Commissioner from the 2nd?
Say
The
again.
Douglas Park area that you give to District 4,
Just the
that you
Douglas
take away
Park
from
without
District 2.
crossing US.
That whole area that he got from the Grove over.
That whole area.
That whole area
Douglas
without
Park-
crossing US 1 is 10,496.
10,496, okay? Now, the 2 slivers that you gave District 1 from District 4, if you could address each of the slivers. The one that you want to give me back now, how many people did it have?
4 blocks.
Commissioner, the one that I gave from D4 to D3.
The D1.
No, D1 now. You
Is-
gave me the D3.
Northwest 3rd Street North.
So then the one from D4 to D1 is what you want?
Yeah.
Yes.
There's 2. Break them down into the 2 parts.
D4 to D1 is 2,510 people.
2,510, and then the other piece. There were 2 pieces, 2 small pieces that I remember seeing.
4
at the-
to 1, there was only one piece.
There's one census tract, but 2 precincts is what he's talking about.
Excuse me?
I think it's 1 census tract, right?
Yeah, it's basically one movement went from 4 to 1.
Well, you had 2 pieces. You had from here to here to here.
Right. I consider that one movement.
Okay.
One movement.
That total is 2,510, correct?
Though, right?
Mr. DeGrandi? That totals 20, that whole sliver from 3rd Street to 7th Street? Yeah, that part is 2,410, 510. Okay, that's it.
Okay, can we,
This is the danger of,
right,
of doing
because
a map
here
from the
we're
base.
doing it from here, so can we wrap this? You will meet with each individual commissioner and answer all questions that they have remaining so we can,
My question is, on the 4, what 4 gave to 1, you got those 2 slivers into 1. So it's 2,510, correct?
That's correct. I don't have it divided in 2, I have it as 1, and it's
Okay.
2,510.
All right. The other sliver that's next to it, the one that you left out, and it's going to make it kind of odd to begin with, which is the last piece here, that would be, I guess, from 37th Avenue. No. Mine is here. This is 27, 32nd, 32nd, right? So it'd be from 37th to going back, this piece here. And the white 37th, actually would be the one on top. This piece here, how many people does it have? Those seem to have too many.
That I would have to get you data. I don't have the data for that. But what I can tell you is I went down when I gave the,
Well, I'm just asking in this here.
How much is Commissioner Correa?
We need to hear you on the microphone, sir.
How much is, are you giving to 3 from 2?
Gentlemen, can these questions be
Absolutely, that's
asked
what I
and
want to do.
answered?
Let's wait, because if you are adding on
Because
what
you- 'cause it's
I'm
gonna-
getting from everybody else.
Right.
Well, what are you getting from 2?
Right, because the
What are you
questions
getting
will
from 2?
continue. The questions will just continue.
Okay.
As
So,
he answers, we'll
that's
have
it.
more questions, so.
Yeah, but we haven't then checked out what you're getting in the Coconut Grove siphon too.
Madam Chair.
That's the
I want to have
problem.
lunch
Yes, me too. Or dinner.
or dinner.
So, if I may, can we adjourn this meeting?
Yes, ma'am. Move to adjourn.
Mr. Grandi, you understand the concerns?
I think you're very close up there, and if I'm correct, once I move.
Yes or no?
His back,
Yes
his
or
back.
no?
And
Yes.
from what I saw, the numbers you gave me, correct me if I'm wrong, District 4 has 2,000 plus more voters, or
1,973.
people.
2.23.
Yeah, 2,000 plus more. So you could work that down if need be.
I can.
And adjust it.
Sure.
I'm down in population. Well, he's up. Okay?
I think I could work that out.
Okay.
To both of your satisfaction.
There's a motion, a second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Meeting adjourned. We're gonna go straight into the Commissioner Reyes, don't go anywhere. We're gonna go straight into the Overtown meeting.
But,
And
but,
Chair-
but Madam Chair, you need 2 minutes for a bathroom break.
Please, 2 minutes for a bathroom break, and then we'll get to the CRA meeting.
You know, Madam Chair, you're cruel. We are starving.
30 minutes on this last one, and we're done. I know. Well, it was important, important business, important business. I am calling to order the February 7th, 2022 Southeast Overtown Park West CRA meeting. Mr. Executive Director,
Yes, Commissioner, Madam Chairman, Chairwoman.
please briefly read the agenda items, CRA resolutions 1 through 6 into the record, please.
Item 1 is a resolution of the Board of the Commissioners of the Southeast Overtown Park West Community Redevelopment Agency authorizing the issuance of a grant to the Overtown Optimist Club in an amount not to exceed $200,000 to help underwrite costs associated with its after-school program, Play to Our Strengths, further authorizing Executive Director to execute all necessary documents. Item number 2 is a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Southeast Overtown Park West Community Redevelopment Agency authorizing a grant in the amount not to exceed $350,000 to the Mount Zion Developments, Inc. for its recertification, 40-year recertification and a full roof replacement of the Mount Zion Baptist Church located at 301 Northwest 9th Street, Miami, Florida. Item number 3 is a resolution of the Board of the Commissioners of the Southeast Overtown Park West Community Redevelopment Agency authorizing a grant to Human Resources of Miami, Inc. in an amount not to exceed $75,000 to increase the wages of the Overtown Beautification Team to help ensure they receive a living wage. Item number 4 is a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Southeast Overtown Park West Community Development Agency authorizing the issuance of a grant to the New Washington Heights Community Development Conference, Inc. in the amount not to exceed $190,000 to underwrite the costs associated with the production and operation of Folk Life Fridays, a monthly open-air market in the redevelopment area. Item number 5 is a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Southeast Overtown Park West Community Redevelopment Agency ratifying an expenditure of funds in the amount of $19,534.40 to underwrite the costs associated with the 13th Annual Overtown Holiday Tree Lighting Ceremony held on December 20th, 2021 in the redevelopment area. And item number 6 is a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Southeast Overtown Park West Community Redevelopment Agency rescinding the CRA resolution number CRA-R 210050 in its entirety, thereby rescinding the acceptance and authorization to execute a separation agreement between the SEOPWCRA, the City of Miami, and Mr. Cornelius Shriver as the Executive Director.
Madam, I'd like to move.
Hold on one second. Mr. Attorney, item number 6, resolution number 6, that is incorrect. It should not be rescission. It should be an clarification and amendment to it. What do we need to do to read that into the record?
Okay, let's just, sorry, I'll need a little bit of direction, but the direction, I guess, is that this board will be directing the executive director to modify the agreement to clarify the proper amounts of emoluments that will be paid out to the former executive director.
That is correct.
Madam Chair, would you like me to move items 1 through 5 and get that off the plate?
I second, that's what I was.
Yes.
gonna say.
So I will move items 1 through 5.
Could we open public
Wait, we
comment
have to
for
open
those?
for public
I know, but I want to
comment.
move first, yes.
We have to open for public
But it's
comment.
been open, it's been
That's what
moved
I
to
was
second.
gonna say.
Okay.
So should I wait?
You should wait.
Okay.
Okay.
Anyone here for public comments on items 1 through 5? Seeing none? All in favor?
Say aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Madam Chair, now, on
The motions, the items 1 through 5
motion passes.
passes. Commissioner Russell, did you vote?
And my apologies, Chair, it was moved by Commissioner Diaz-Portillo, seconded by Commissioner Reyes?
Correct.
Passed unanimously, 1 through
Pass-
5.
1 through 5 passes unanimously.
Madam Chair, on item number 6, I don't think we should be dealing with this, that there was an agreement. If there is a discrepancy, that's go to court, and then that's it. That was an agreement that was made here, and that agreement, I think that's the way I see it. I'm very just, and I'm very always consistent. And I had done it before. It was an agreement. I don't think that we have to bring this up. I mean, that agreement, I don't know if you have paid it or if you're gonna.
Well, there is a discrepancy. What the body agreed upon, what I believe the body agreed upon, was to pay Mr. Shiver 2.5 weeks of sick time. The agreement was drafted for 100% of the sick time, but it was represented that that number was 2.5 weeks. Could you correct me? Am I correct?
You are correct, and I believe the actual number is somewhere in the range of 500 hours.
The actual number is in the range of 550 or 500.
So what I am asking of this body is to make a motion to clarify that the number is 2.5 weeks of sick time.
Can I be heard?
One second, sir.
What I'd actually
I will make that
suggest,
motion, Madam Chair.
Do I have a second?
Let me, once again, what did we pass? 2.5 weeks? If there is a discrepancy now, because when it was written, and I know that you know that I love Neil and I'm a friend of his and all of that, but I don't think we should be arguing this here. In all fairness, what we passed was 2.5 weeks. You should pay that, and if he has proof that is something else, go to court.
Right. And Commissioners, there is no discrepancy, and I'd like to be heard.
Excuse me, we haven't recognized you. Thank you. Todd?
I made a motion, Madam Chair.
I second the motion. That's right. Commissioners, do you have any discussion? All in favor?
Chair, you do need your public hearing
Right.
for this item.
Well, I had public comments earlier
For
for
one
all
through-
of the items.
Oh,
No,
it was my
but you-
understanding it was 1 through 5.
Okay, you have your 2 minutes, sir. Go
Yes.
right ahead.
Thank you. Let me now.
I have it.
First and foremost, Commissioners, Neil Shiver, 3095 Plaza Street, Miami, Florida. There is no discrepancy on what the board passed. If you can just give me some time with this. The board seeks to, at first, rescind. Now I'm understanding you're trying to amend a contract that was mutually agreed to, and this board passed. First and foremost, let's separate the issues. This contract, the separation agreement, was prepared by the City of Miami Attorney's Office, I'm assuming at the request of the chairperson. When they handed me this separation agreement, I had no input or no knowledge that it was being prepared. That separation agreement had 50% unused but earned sick time. That's what was offered to me. I asked for 2.5 weeks of my vacation time. I was told that that was denied. Then I told the negotiators, double my 50%, give me a 100%, and we have a deal. The city attorney's office apparently was directed to go ahead and change the agreement to 100%. This is what I want you to understand very importantly. This agreement that the board passed is 100% correct. We never negotiated in terms of hours, days, weeks, or minutes. The negotiation was always on percentages. So let me just go through it, and I'm gonna be brief. Now, what happened, and I will admit to you, Commissioner Carollo, that when the item was presented to the board, there was a misrepresentation that the unused sick time was 2.5 weeks. But that didn't come from me.
Thank you.
If I can get a...
Thank you. Thank you. Your 2 minutes is up. We all have your statement that you emailed last night, and if you had given me the courtesy of speaking to me or the executive director, it would have clarified that there was a mistake, and we are not in any way trying to rescind the agreement. We are only trying to clarify that what was presented was 2.5 weeks of sick time pay. That is the motion on the floor. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Chair,
I'm sorry,
Chair,
can you note the votes, please?
I have that as 3-2.
Yes,
Commissioner-
I don't have enough information to vote on this at this time.
So the motion passes 3-2 with Commissioner Russell and Commissioner Reyes voting no.
No, I didn't vote.
You voted yes.
I voted for the motion to take effect.
3-2.
You see, my motion is that we have an agreement.
There was already a motion and a second.
That's right, but the motion, as I understood, is that there was an agreement.
Yes,
And we're going to
but 2.5
stick to that agreement, and there is any discrepancy, they should be taken to another court, to another place.
I don't think that was the motion.
The motion, yes, the motion on the floor is when this agreement was presented, that the body was advised that the outstanding
There
sick
was an
time was
agreement.
2.5 weeks. Mr. Attorney, would you like to? You had your opportunity, sir. You've had your opportunity. Thank you.
I just need some, good afternoon, Kevin Jones, Office of the City Attorney. I just need some clarification from Todd. I believe a motion was on the floor, it was voted on, and it passed. Is that correct?
Yes, the motion passed. It was basically the amount of sick time is 2.5 weeks. But I want to make sure Commissioner Reyes was understood that that was the motion, that the sick time is now 2.5 weeks.
The motion is that the agreement to take effect, and that's it. Okay? It was, the agreement stated 2.5 weeks.
But that wasn't the motion that was made on the floor. The motion by Commissioner Diaz-Portilla was essentially to identify that the amount of sick time is 2.5 weeks, period.
But that is the agreement that was set.
That was, yes, Commissioner Reyes. However, the document was written 100% of the sick. But what was represented was that number was 2.5 weeks. That is what I understood. That is what I brought to this board. That is what was said.
That is what I voted at the time,
Yes.
and I asked, everybody is in agreement, everybody is in agreement,
Yes.
and I asked 100 times. Now, what I'm saying is this. We shouldn't be dealing with this, you see.
I agree.
We shouldn't be dealing with this. There was a contract, there was and it was understood. Now, if Mr. Shriver has proof that he had more time or that he was promised more than 2.5 weeks, I mean, take us to court.
Agreed. Thank you, gentlemen.
Understood. Then, Chair, just for the record, the motion passes 4-1 with
I'm being
Commissioner
fair.
Russell voting no.
Correct. Having said that, meeting adjourned. Thank you.